City Council meeting of May 24th, 2017. The first item will be the Pledge of Allegiance, and that tonight will be led by our Chief McElry.
Thank you, Mayor. The audience, please arise. Repeat the pledge after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Audience may be seated.
Moving out to communications, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to remind the council that again this year that the Government Finance Officers Association has awarded us the Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting. We have several of those, and it's a nice record to have. And that's all I have now. Thank you.
City Attorney.
Nothing from the City Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder to the council that we have our joint City Council Planning Commission workshop this coming Tuesday at 6 o'clock down in the community room, and we look forward to a fun discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Brian Clay.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one item. We're going to be holding our 10th annual Memorial Day tribute May 29th from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. over at Veterans Memorial Park at the Veterans Memorial Monument. We invite you guys, you folks, you're invited. If you are going to come, please email Brooke so we can get a count of the council that's going to be there. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. David Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, just want to report on a couple of bid items and work going on in the city. We bid out the traffic calming project and obtained no bidders on that project. We will be asking for quotes direct from contractors to try and execute the work and get that done. 5600 West for UDOT between 78 and 8600 South is in the hands of the UDOT Central Complex right now, and we are waiting them to go ahead and post that out to bid. When they do, it will be a month worth of bidding time, and the problem right now that we're running into is paving time towards the end of the season and getting the contractor started. This is a federal project, I'll just remind you, and it does take some time to get that project out through those doors at UDOT. The likelihood is that this project may be pushed to spring of 2018 to actually execute. It's a 100-day contract, and unless we start by July 15th, it will not happen this year. The other item I have to report on is there's going to be some road work changes taking place on 70th South. I'll be bringing back the numbers on that change order later. This is due to extra work that's been required of the contractor due to the water laterals that we've replaced and taken care of. And there is soft spot repairs in the shoulders on 70th because the asphalt section there was deficient to begin with. And so there's extra repairs that have to happen on that road. That's all I have tonight.
David, on the traffic calming, what project is that?
That's a project where we put in speed tables inside subdivisions. This is the qualified project that goes forward every year through Bill Baranowski, our traffic engineer, where citizens request speed tables to slow down traffic inside subdivisions as a traffic calming measure. So that's what that bid was. It's about a budget of $50,000 a year. Again, we'll go ahead and try to solicit quotes to get that project finished this year.
Thank you. Chief McElry.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have a brief city manager request to go over quarterly stats of the fire department. So I've got a few slides I left for handout I gave you up on your guys. I'm just going to go through each of our operations and give some highlights of what we've been doing. If you have questions, I know we have limited time right now, but feel free to ask them now, or you can talk offline if you should have any questions. The first section that we'll go over is operations. This is just our call stats. I'll just point out that for this year, our medical calls have increased in March and April. We were down a little bit January, February, and fire calls have been down as well this year. that's good on the fire calls bolting down. The rest of those boxes are just broke out by station, the different shifts, and their reaction times in the bottom left corner. The other one that I want to point out to you is our staffing that we've been doing with since January. As you know, we had 3 retirements. And at the bottom of that graph, you'll see some red numbers. What that indicates is out of our 25 available staff, on 2 of our shifts and 2 of the months on P, we were down 4 people. So when we're down that many because of retirements and we don't have allocations filled, plus we have to accommodate vacations and those sorts of things, we really struggled keeping our minimum staffing at 19. Glad to say now we've brought on 2 more people, so we're just down 1 person and we'll get back to fully staffing probably by August. In emergency management, Deputy Chief Sharman, some of the things he's worked on this quarter, he created and led a move to communicate tabletop exercise. You can see by the logos up there, those were all the participants that participated in that. Also assisted Cisco with their annual ammonia tabletop exercise. He continues to hold his monthly local emergency planning committee meetings, which takes all the businesses that meet that have chemical storage to bring that information to us so that we can have plans in place if there should be a leak. And then the last one, we received $7,000 grant this quarter that goes towards the emergency manager's salary. In our prevention, first slide is public education. I'll just point out the new program that we started this year was that the Boy Scout Merit Badge training has been very receptive. We have another class tonight. And those are the number of times we've taught the different classes plus the number of attendees. And in our fire marshal's office, this goes over the number of inspections. You can see business inspections have been off. The new one, business inspections, 77 in this quarter. Lastly, training. I'll just point out on this slide, these are all the training drills that we've done. Those with an asterisk line. 3 out of those 9, we coordinate our training with other departments in the valley. So we're utilizing resources and staff time to accommodate training, but also not having everybody create a training drill that only their people go on. So it's very efficient and a good way to do our training. And the point on the medical training I want to point out to you is, if you notice that there is 5 of those trainings that are hosted by Jordan Valley Medical Center. They bring our paramedics over and do ACLS training, and all of that is at no cost to us. They're a great partner to have, and they do a lot of things for our training. We couldn't keep our people trained with the budget that we submit without their assistance. And then lastly is just our specialty training, and again, all of these are done in conjunction with other departments. So I'll just point out the one K9 dog first aid training. Pretty out of the box. That was developed by our K9 officers along with some of our training people to give some minimal first aid training should a K9 be injured and what we could do on scene to render aid to a K9. This is just for police service dogs. We're not responding on injured animals or nothing like that. But it's pretty out of the box training that both the police department and fire department worked on to develop that. And then, as I mentioned in past meetings, we have our new recruits. It says 3 on there. Unfortunately, we've lost 1 that didn't complete the training, so we have 2. We'll be doing another class. And again, we've done that jointly with West Valley City. So the cost was very minimal to us. We used our training staff along with theirs and utilized resources, which makes for a great training for 8 weeks to get our people trained and that's my report. Should there be any questions? Thank you.
Questions from council? Thank you, Chief. Chief Diamond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager also asked me again to follow up with the report I gave you in late January, and so I will do some of that and some of the requests that you made. This chart, and I will send this to you, this doesn't show up as well as it did on my screen. But anyway, the chart on the left has several different statistical items on there. The citations, which is actually the second from the top, that kind of yellowish, goldish line there that dips down into basically what's March. In February, we had the snowstorms, and we wrote a lot of parking tickets, over 200 parking tickets, so that's why that dropped down significantly and then back up. Again, we're heading into the summer months, which is traditionally where we write most of those traffic citations and stuff, so you should see those to continue to go up, and we will look at those. On the right-hand side, you'll see the dispatch calls for service were down slightly for the month of April, in essence there. You see the dates there because we're going off of 4-week periods so that we can capture the statistics appropriately. So instead of a calendar month, we're going off of 4-week periods there. So instead of 12 periods in a year, there will actually be 13 periods for that. So our statistics, some are going up, some are going down, but overall we're managing what we have. Our crime rates, I've given you a handout. There's too much information put on a slide, so I just put it on a handout for you that shows our crime rates over the last 4 or 5 years since 2013, and then what we have so far in 2017. These are Part 1 crimes. What that means, these crimes are reportable to the FBI. And so those crimes are there. As you can see this year so far, for a monthly average, so far this month with the same period in the previous years, we're down in most crime areas on that, and you can see that. One bit of good news that we received is we were named in the top 50 safest cities in Utah in 2017. This is from an alarm organization that compares our stats with other cities in Utah that are put out by the FBI, and we are posted there. I'm trying to get a copy of the full report. They still have not sent me a copy of the full report, but I can show you where we've landed in there. It's not showing up on the screen. There we go. Nope, still not. There we go. Showing up on the screen, we landed 45th. There are only 4 cities from the Salt Lake Valley on that list, and we are among those 4 cities. The others are much smaller than us. You would expect crime rates to be a little bit lower. So another accomplishment for the city and what we're trying to do there. Back to this. One of the other things that we looked at last time, that we talked about last time, is public engagement and how we're doing with public engagement. I know Council Member Anderson was very keyed up on extending our social media out there. The city manager approved in the budget for your consideration is a budget coordinator, a new position for us, which we are actually converting a position over, so it's not like a full-time salary that we have to put in there. And that will free up time for our PIO. We're going to rebrand that position to also be our social media coordinator. We're developing a working group right now to get us on the path so that hopefully in July or August of 2017, once we get that budget coordinator on board, if it's approved by the council, then we can start moving forward and getting our social media, developing a Facebook page, putting more information out through the social media outlets that we have. And that is what I have for you on that. I would like to thank the council, members of the council that were able to make it to the dedication of the memorial monument for fallen police officers out at Longwood Park. That was a great event. There was over 1,000 people there. We didn't get an exact count. There were over 1,000 people there, so thank you very much for those of you who were able to make it on that. And with that, that's all I have.
Thank you. Council members, Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor.
wanted to thank the fire department and the police department for that information. That's good stuff. I would ask that these slides, I don't know if they are, but be attached to today's agenda somehow. Go on the website for the public. We could breeze through those really fast. And for that, I'm also grateful. Thank you. And to all the citizens here who are over 16, you just heard the police chief say that we give out no traffic citations in the summertime, so you've been warned. One other thing I wanted to mention, I just came out of a meeting with our events staff and our parks director. Councilman Burton was there for a few minutes as well. And we were talking about our 4th of July celebration and that it's grown to be more than just a rodeo. It's been a rodeo for 63 years, which is great, and the rodeo's going to keep going, which is great. For those of you that like rodeos, that's an awesome thing. But it's become so much bigger with the carnival, with the fireworks, with the parade, and all the other things that are going on this year. That we thought that it needed, kind of the celebration needed its own brand. And the staff was moving ahead with this and called and asked for my opinion. And so we met today with my marketing background, personally, professionally. And we were down there brainstorming a name for the larger celebration, and we came up with the name Liberty Days. And we'll bring this back for a formal action, but the staff needs direction now so they can start getting banners printed and things like that. We call it Liberty Days under the banner West Jordan Liberty Days, but short Liberty Days. If anybody is not okay with that, please let me know so we can tell staff.
This is the place State Park has something already branded under that, so I would prefer we not proceed until we have a conversation as a council. Even if we can't do it this year, we can do it next. I'd just rather not rush and then come to find out we're encroaching on some sort of copyright or trademark or something like that. So I appreciate the effort, but I'd be in opposition to giving staff direction to move tonight.
That's a valid point. Anybody else?
You weren't asking for direction tonight.
I was hoping to be able to let staff know one way or the other, yay or nay, to proceed tonight. Just they can bring it back with a formal action at our next meeting, but
Layton City has a Liberty Days as well.
right, the trouble with our city celebration being around the 4th of July is there's a few words that you could use: liberty, freedom, independence. They're all going to be used somewhere else in one form or another, unless we get really creative. I don't know if we want to get really creative with the 4th of July. It kind of has a thing that's already been established. You know what I mean? So, Liberty Days is what we came up with. We all really liked it. The four of us that were in the room thought it sounded really cool. Obviously, a couple other cities think it sounded cool too. By the way, Liberty, Utah, it calls theirs Liberty Days too, but they're going to hold it in, they can hold it December, call it Liberty Days, because they kind of cornered the market on that one. I just wanted to make it something bigger than just West Jordan, something bigger than just the Stampede, because it is the 4th of July weekend. If we could move it to another weekend and have our city celebrations separate from the 4th of July, that would be a different discussion. But since it is on 4th of July weekend, I would just like it to be, I think it would be appropriate to be doing something around the 4th of July. As you guys know, this has been kind of a pet project of mine since it's been on the council. So, if you have a better idea, feel free to shout it out. I don't want to turn this into the brainstorming session necessarily. We should probably have a discussion, but I wanted to be able to tell staff whether or not they could go ahead with designing a logo and starting the banners and stuff, and we could ratify that down the road. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we aren't almost a little too late right now to be doing that. Maybe we ought to just hold off and look at it for next year.
That would be my opinion as well. But not saying that wouldn't work, but I think that the council needs to weigh in on that.
Okay, so no direction tonight then is what I'm hearing. That said, they still need to start printing banners and stuff, so they're going to have to print something. Just throwing that out there. They're going with Stampede Days or Western Stampede only for right now, and I guess we can move with that for the year.
Yes, since 63 years we've been doing that. I think it'd be okay to do it this year.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's just grown bigger than just the rodeo. The rodeo is 63 years old, but the carnival and all the new things that we're adding to it, it's bigger than the that would still be part of it. Don't get me wrong, the Western Stampede Rodeo was stated branded Western Stampede. I'm sorry I didn't mention that at the beginning. I mentioned. Anyway,
Actually, we've had the parade for as many years as I've been here. We've had the carnival up except for 3 years that I've lived here. So the 40 years I've been here, all 3 of those things have been part of the Western Stampede. So,
let's discuss it.
Councilmember Nichols.
I have to remember this new system. You gotta push the button at the right time, or you don't get the floor. Anyway, I've got, I was debating whether to bring something up at this point, but I think I will defer for now, till perhaps later in the meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Newton.
I have 2 items I want to mention. I serve on the Trans-Jordan Landfill Board, as most of you know. That's for our citizens. We have one of the finest landfills in the country and some of the cheapest rates in the country, so done a really good job. Message for you, Brian, is that we have an overabundance of compost right now, and it's free to the city if you have some need for it in your park. Just take a truck out there and fill up and use it for the need. Okay? And the second thing, and I don't know if this should go to Dave Murphy or Mark, but whoever. Since 70th South is being redone, the traffic on 70th South has diminished, but the traffic on Redwood and 27th West and 3200 West has been horrendous because all the traffic is trying to move through there. And I live on 27th West, so I see that one. Traffic this time of night from about 4:30 till 7 is backed up clear up to 6400 South. Wondering about changing the timing on those lights, because what's happening is those are typically, the north and south are only running 25 to 30 seconds, and the 70th South is running a minute and a half. And so the traffic gets through 70th South, and then those intersections stay empty for a while. So if we could look at that and then report back next meeting on what's been able to transpire, I personally would appreciate it. That's all.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to pick up a little bit where Councilman Jacob left off. We talked about the 4th of July. As you know, we have that 4th of July parade. And last year, Councilman Jacob and I were on Segways, and I found that quite exhilarating to do the 4th of July on a Segway. And I would be willing to do that again this year. Are there any other council members who would like to Segway the 4th of July parade route?
I'll agree with Councilmember Burton. That was really fun, and it was really fun. If you've never ridden one of those things, I highly recommend it. That said, this year I will beg off and not do it. I've got other plans, but thanks.
Okay, well, I'll plan on just me then. You guys can find me, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Oh, the second thing, if I may, Mayor. The campaign season coming up. I talked about this a long time ago, you might remember, from that microphone over there. And the suggestion I have for campaign signs, because right now the campaign sign is in the location that it's not supposed to be. Staff is real big, and they take that sign up, and they go store it somewhere, and then those who want their sign back can pay the fine to the city of $50 and get their sign back. Of course, they never pay the $50 because the campaign sign doesn't cost anywhere near that amount. So it just collects those signs as time goes by. So my idea, if you guys like this, I would like to see it implemented this campaign season, is put a big red sticker across that sign that says violation, and then whoever sign that belongs to will have their desire to remove that sign themselves instead of the city doing it, because it has their name that says violation on there. And that would be a good encouragement for them to move it. That way they won't replace it in 2 days, hoping to get another one taken again, because they know that that sticker on there and they don't want the citizens to see that. Is there anybody opposed to this idea? Thank you, that's all I have.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. 4 items for me tonight. Number one, first of all, a special thank you to all of the staff who made the Fallen Officer Monument possible. Not just those who were there at the event on Saturday, but those who helped in the planning and setup with the installation, the communications to the community, letting folks know what was going on, and of course, absolutely to those who were there present that day and those who weren't present because they were covering for other people who were. So thank you very much to staff. I think it's very appropriate that we honor those who have served our city, especially in that way. Number 2, some of us had the opportunity to go to the Airport Authority meeting this week, and I'm not sure if Mayor Rolfe will have any highlights, but to me it was interesting that there was a $3 billion project. About 30 minutes was spent on quick updates as to what happened and where different aspects were, and the remaining hour or so of the meeting was about the art within the airport. There wasn't too much commentary about other facilities within the Airport Authority. So I'm very grateful that for all the work that staff has done, and for those on the dais, those in management to help give us a seat on that Airport Authority board, so that we can help make sure we're not overlooked. So it was a very eye-opening meeting. Number 3, I had the opportunity to go with Representative Gardner on a tour of the Jordan River Parkway, the Jordan River Trail in our city yesterday. And it was very obvious that staff has worked really, really hard on upkeeping and maintaining the trail. We've seen a lot of the improvements that have been out there, that new underpass over at 90th. We've seen where the trail's been widened, where it's been overlaid, where it's been sealed, where a lot of the invasive vegetation's been removed. Very, very impressive. Representative Gardner was sharing with us that there have been some preliminary conversations about potential legislation in this next session that could potentially make the Jordan River Trail a state park. He was asking what our opinions were. So I can encourage you to think about it and let him know what feedback you might have. I think there will be some good aspects to that because we've got issues with maintenance, policing, some of the homeless issues that are out there, and I think that might be beneficial. But on the flip side, our city staff did a great job maintaining what's out there. So nothing is in the works officially yet. So anything is on the board. Think about it and let me know your thoughts. Number 4, and this is probably the most, this is the most important one that I want to share tonight. This is an excerpt from an email that I received from a high school student in our city. I'll just read an excerpt. She says, on March 14th of this year, I was crossing 90 South and Bangor Highway. I had the right of way, but a man who was not paying attention turned onto 90th and ran right into me, knocking me into the ground. I was hit pretty badly, and he didn't even worry about me. It was a hit and run. It had such a great effort that it fractured my pelvis, and I had to use crutches for several weeks. We were able to file a police report, but we had no sign of finding the man. After this happened, the message was sent out in the media, but I feel this message was not spread very well throughout the state. I want people to be safe walking. I want people to feel safe walking as a pedestrian to their destination. Not just feel safe, but actually be safe. So I feel it would be lovely if you and your council members took some time to discuss the situation and figure out a way to help the problem. I know it's a tough one to fix because we can't just force people to obey the law. But I know you guys put lots of time and effort into this. My message will be clearly stated, and who knows, maybe people might be more sincere and follow the traffic rules. What I shared back with her in my response is that there's a lot that we do tackle to try and address some of the known hazards that are out there. We have a master plan for roads that include bike trails, or bike lanes, trails. We have a safe sidewalk program. We try to work with some of the intersections that we know are issues. We've been working with UDOT, and at that exact intersection where she was hit, we're going to see an improvement with an overpass there. We've already seen an improvement in that, or 78. That pedestrian walkway at 78 was recycled out to B111 to help with pedestrian crossing out there. And I went on to say, obviously, that doesn't completely solve the problem because she was still hit. There are a number of projects that we still need, and as we're going through the budget, I would hope that us and staff look very, very carefully and consider our key role as a government entity, at least in my mind, is that we provide for the public safety and do what we can to try and prevent things like that from happening. I I know we can't fix everything and prevent everything, and I know we have a solid history of doing all we can, and I just want to make sure that, especially with the name and face associated with, I want to call it a close call, but she was actually hit and injured pretty badly. I just want us to keep that in mind as we go through the budget, as we're making the determinations as to what can proceed and what can't. We talked about the traffic calming issue and not having responses to the bid. I very much appreciate what Mr. Murphy said, saying we're going to go directly to the contractor, we're still going to go forward. I very much appreciate that, so thank you. That's my report.
We'll move now to citizens' comments. I have several signed up to speak tonight. Also, there are 6 public hearings tonight. If you're here to speak on one of the public hearing items, there will be an opportunity later in the agenda. But for those who wish to speak, and it's not a public hearing item, now would be the opportunity. We'll start now first with those that have signed up. Janice Voorhees.
Thank you, Mayor Ralph and City Councilman, for this opportunity. My name is Janice Voorhees, and I am the president of the Jordan School District Board of Education. I live in West Jordan, and I am here this evening with a letter of support from the Board of Education for your Arts Center, which I'd like to read into the public record. As members of the Jordan School Board of Education, we encourage efforts to construct a West Jordan cultural arts facility. For over a century, Jordan School District has served our community by providing for the educational needs of our children. We have a long history of collaborating with the City of West Jordan and its residents to enrich the community, including through the arts. On many occasions, we have opened the doors of our facilities and welcomed various productions into our auditorium. We applaud West Jordan's efforts to create an inviting performance venue for the community to enjoy theater, musicals, storytelling, art exhibits, literary events, and more. Although the school district will not be financially contributing to the facility, we recognize that the facility will provide a benefit for students and district patrons, and we encourage supporters to give generously. We appreciate Councilman McConaughey coming to our board meeting last month and giving us a slideshow about your plans for what looks to be a genuinely beautiful venue. And I suspect that it will be a great asset to the City of West Jordan. So we are happy to support that, and we will turn this letter over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janice. Norman Thomas, would you want to speak now, or would you rather do it during the public hearing item?
Whatever works.
It's up to you. You can either speak now or wait.
Thanks, Mayor and Council.
I would request that you would excuse my attire. I hope that my comments are no less credible. I'm not sophisticatedly dressed, or I'm actually quite disheveled after 8 hours of work in the sun. I'm a painting contractor. I live about 50th West and New Bingham Highway. I rise in opposition to the agenda item number 6F for tonight. The item is rezoning the area to the north and east of the intersection 5600 West and 7800 South to be changed from low-density housing to extra high-density housing. I think the sign there that I stumbled across this morning says this morning says 22 units per acre. And as I spoke to a neighbor this morning, he said that previously there was a development to the west of the new Smiths that would result in 3,000 to 4,000 more people. Council, we do not have the east-west routes with the bottleneck that the airport creates. We don't have the east-west routes at 7800 South and 6200 South to accommodate what I estimate maybe 6,000 more people, 6,000 more cars driving east and west on 7800 South and 6200 West. The traffic, as was mentioned by Councilman Newton, is far beyond livable. There are times, even on good weather days, without any accidents, rush hour, it takes me close to, well, about 30 minutes to travel from 13th West and 7800 South to my home on 50th West and New Bingham Highway. The airport creates a 2-mile void of any east-west routes. I would propose that we tunnel underneath the airport to continue 70th West, east and west, if we want to add thousands of more people, and encourage commercial development versus thousands of new heavy density housing. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. David Sund? I believe this is item 6F as well. If you'd like to speak now, or you could speak during the public hearing.
Also, I also live east of this new project that they wanted to change from low density to very high density. We have a beautiful, beautiful neighborhood which is unique in West Jordan. You can't find comps in West Jordan. You have to go to South Jordan for comps for our area. And you want to change this to very high density. North of there, they are building single-family homes, which will be half-acre or more lots, which is compatible with what is in the area. This commercial and senior complex, high density, I don't think is compatible with our area. We have many places to the west which will be compatible, and we have many places to the south which will also be compatible, but not this area between 78th and 56 West. And also, I agree with the fellow that just spoke that 78th is like State Street, and it will just get worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Laurel Lemons?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for listening to the comments that I have to make today. I really appreciate your time. I looked for several years for a building lot larger than a 1/3 acre that had a rural, quiet feel, and found it here in a Peterson residential community. But change happens, and it's changing a lot in our area. I get that. The quiet rural areas of the Salt Lake Valley are almost gone, and I understand that too. My father was on the city council in a neighboring city when a huge developer wanted to annex county property and build high-density housing on some of the very best view acreage in the valley. The residents wanted 1-acre lots. My father tried to explain to the residents that they needed to work with the developer to come to a compromise. They wouldn't listen, and now that land is part of another city, and high-density housing is being built on beautiful view acre lots where the only view is in your car entering the development. What a waste. My purpose of telling this personal family experience is in the hopes that we can come to a compromise to satisfy both parties involved here, the residents of our neighborhood and Peterson Development. Peterson Development wants to make the most money they can on a small piece of property. Commercial and high-density housing does that. And our neighborhood wants to keep a quiet rural feel as much as possible and keep our mountain views. Ideally, we would like all residential with half-acre lots plus, like ours. The zoning committee discussed concern for empty commercial property as shopping trends shift to online purchases. All of the open space on 7800 South from Airport Road to 5600 West is zoned commercial, and nothing has been built there. Also, as was spoken of before, a huge development along Mountain View was passed last year for commercial and high-density housing. The zoning committee also discussed that commercial is needed for all of the development west of us. Why would our neighborhood need to provide all of that? My point is that there's already a lot of commercial in our area, and 2 retirement developments are under approval right now in the same area. Can't we come to a compromise and allow small commercial along 5600 West only, then build single-family homes on at least 1/3 to half-acre lots between the commercial and our neighborhood? West Jordan doesn't have many neighborhoods like ours. We know this because real estate agents have to go to South Jordan and beyond to find comps for our homes. Please vote to protect our neighborhood. Peterson Development, please hear our wants too. Don't waste a good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Richard Downing?
Council, I'm part of the neighborhood that has been spoken of from the last 2 or 3 people here. And I want to remind the City Council, some of you weren't here when this first started, this isn't Peterson Development's first time around at this. Since I moved in 12 years ago and had my home built, the contractor told us that there was 1/3 to half-acre lots behind us, which is this property we're talking about. Now, Peterson Development has tried 2, 3 times to change the zoning. Once for a little bit higher density with quarter acre lots or 5 per acre. Then tried again to do a high-density senior along 5600 West and office buildings on the balance of the property. At that time, it was 15 acres. I don't know where the other 7 acres came from, but over the last 10 years, it's been 15 acres. I think Peterson Development has given the City Council a teaser with this IHC complex, but there's no reason why that complex can't be built on the southeast corner or the southwest corner of that intersection. There's plenty of property there and it's already zoned. As was mentioned before, there's plenty of commercial property that's been there for the 12 years I've been here, and nothing has been done on it. So there's plenty of availability elsewhere. We would just like to keep our neighborhood as it is, one of the finer neighborhoods in West Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you. Clark Timmons.
Hi, thankful for this opportunity to address you. I've lived in West Jordan for over 20 years, the last 17 of it in what's now known as District 4. I've not currently serving on a citizen committee, but I've been on the General Plan Committee for, I think, 4+ years as a voting member. During the time I was on the General Plan Committee, we developed the city plan. As many of you know, that's not a trivial undertaking. It solicits input from citizens, elected officials, utilities, city planner, developers, fire department, police department, parks. Pretty much everyone has their say on it. And it's revised and reviewed countless times, and then it's finally approved and published. I realize that no plan can anticipate the actual development of a city completely correctly. But the plan attempts to maintain a character of the city, and the intent, I believe, was to make West Jordan develop along lines that everybody agreed on, or almost everyone agreed on in general. I think that obviously modifications have to be made and minor corrections need to be made. This proposal 6F tonight is not, in my opinion, a minor modification. It's basically a wholesale replacement of a large portion of the plan in a big part of the city, and replacing that not with a carefully developed and considered approach, which is solicited input from a wide variety of interested parties, but it's replacing it with a developer's plan for the area. Peterson's built half our city. I'm not against Peterson, but I also realize that they have goals that are not necessarily compliant with what everyone else that lives in the city has for their goals. We've heard a lot about traffic. I'm also concerned about the sewage, the water, the utility impact, especially the police impact of moving a huge chunk of land from what is currently very low density to what would be very high density. I don't feel like it's a minor alteration or a course correction. I think it's just another attempt to maximize land use to maximize profit, and I would be opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during citizens' comments? As a reminder, you'll be allowed 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record.
Is anybody able to plug in my computer to your system? I'm ready with VGA.
Please, Scott.
Sorry, I'm a picture is worth 1,000 words kind of girl.
I've been told that if you can email it to Councilmember McConaughey, you could have it ready for the public hearing item If you could wait till then, and he'll give you his email right now, if you could email it to him, he could have it ready for you by that time. Anyone else wishing to speak or any citizens' comments? Please.
Just a few items, observations of some good things from recently. I'm Matthew Winters at...
Could you state your name?
Yeah, Matthew Winters, 8084 South Partridge Runway. And I'll just read so I don't yap over the time. Amidst issues, budgets, and other affairs of public business, I feel it's important to also recognize some of the good things people do every day. I would like to briefly note 3 recent examples I think deserve recognition. First, I would like to recognize Councilmember Burton for recently giving so much time and so quickly to meet with me about a concern. Taking a citizen concern seriously and engaging in respectful dialogue is, I think, a significant sign of leadership. Second, since I unfortunately do not have specific employee names available, I would like to recognize the Public Works Department as a whole. In April, when an incident led to a city streetlight being destroyed and strewn across my property, various Public Works employees were very responsive with great follow-up. A brand new streetlight was installed incredibly quickly. Then a month later, when it appeared the power company missed getting the power connected to the new light, a single call to Public Works led to that being remedied within a matter of hours. When there are so many individual things to manage in a city of our size, I feel employees of Public Works went beyond the call of duty. And the newer streetlights with LED bulbs provide brilliant illumination. I am very happy we have them. Among the various benefits, they are a great asset for public safety, lighting being one of the best crime deterrents at night. Third, I would like to recognize the incredible generosity of West Jordan residents. Having the privilege to help coordinate volunteer staffing at the West Jordan Post Office this year for the annual Mail Carriers Association Stamping Out Hunger food drive, I was able to directly observe the generosity, one mail truck at a time. Being personally involved with the Utah Food Bank for many years and witnessing repeatedly how food donations help Utah families, seeing the generosity of West Jordan residents firsthand was emotional for me. The tally of food donated by West Jordan residents on May 13th came in at nearly 17,000 pounds of food in a single day. The donated food will help thousands of families within and outside our city. Especially since most residents don't get to directly observe the effect of food donations, I think residents of West Jordan collectively deserve recognition for helping people in need and making the community a better place. Good people do good things every single day. Thank you for allowing me to share these particular examples of service, generosity, and leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I will close the citizens' comments portion of the agenda and we will move to the consent items. Councilmember Burton.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item E, please. E as an elephant.
A motion would be in order. Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent items less item E.
Councilmember Burton.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Nichols, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, let's vote.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Newton.
Aye.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
And Council Vote passes 6-0.
Public hearing item 6A, receive public input and consider for approval Resolution 17-89, amending the uniform fee schedule for fiscal year 2016-2017 regarding various city fees, impact fees, appeal fees, and secondary vendor permit. Steve Blaine?
The city is required to have a public hearing anytime we make changes to our fee schedule, and the fee schedule includes any sort of fee that we charge for services provided by the city. Tonight we have a total of 8 changes. Some of those are small, some are larger. Of those 8, 4 are simply correcting typos and small wording changes in the fee schedule. 2 of those 8 are creating new fees that didn't exist before, and 2 are adjusting some existing fees. The 2 that are being created are the impact fee appeal / consultant fee, which will guarantee that our costs will be covered if a developer appeals their impact fee. And oftentimes we have to go back to a consultant who charges as much as $1,000 to recalculate a custom impact fee. If the actual cost comes back less than $1,000, the developer will be refunded the difference. The other new fee is called a secondary vendor permit, which is basically a permit for businesses such as food trucks who already have a permit from another city. The 2 fees that are being amended are water rates for residential customers and impact fees. Both of those have been approved previously by council in council meetings, but this is the final step that's required to adopt those new fees. Just as a reminder, the impact fees were approved 90 days ago by council, and we were required to wait 90 days. And now the 90 days have been completed, and we're ready to adopt the fees and begin charging them as soon as the fee schedule is approved. I'm here to answer any questions.
Questions from council? Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on the vendor permit. On the paper, it calls it a permit, but I'm wondering if that should be called a license. Is it a vendor license? Is it a vendor permit? Because they're given the license in order to, is the one for the food trucks, for them to sell their food in the city?
Well, I'm not an expert on this, but I do know that one of our attorneys prepared this, and he's very familiar with the state law that led to the creation of this fee. And I think the concept is that we are giving a permit. We're not giving a license because they already have a license from another city. So I would assume that that was intentional to call it a permit.
That's true, they do have a license from another city, but we are still providing the first line is actually from our city, so it's not from another city. There's $170 cost, so that would be from our city, so that would necessarily be a license. And then the second one is a second license, it's still not a permit. The reason I say that is the electrical contractor, I have a license, and then I get a permit, because you need permission to do a specific job. This would actually be a license. So I'm in favor of that. And when it's time to make a motion, I'll just change that on those 2 lines from license to permit. Unless there's a legal reason why I can't do it. But I did speak with one of the other attorneys earlier about this, and he thought that was okay.
That's my understanding. You spoke to Joel Linares, and we were simply trying to conform our previous practice in West Shoreland with that of what the state is now expecting us to comply with. If you'd like to change the title with an explanation so it's clear down the road what the intent was, that would be fine.
Thank you. I would like to do that, and I know the state is kind of, as I read the state's wording on their new bill, it looks like it needs some adjustment anyway, in addition to that. Thank you for trying to, another, you don't want to make, I'll discuss that in a few moments.
Councilmember Newton? Question, Steve. So on that, following up on Councilmember Burton, they already have a permit, or they already have a license in another city, right?
That's correct.
And we're just allowing them to continue here. And that charge was, I think, $120.
That's right.
What do we do for that $120?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. To me, okay.
You want me to take a stab at it? The licensing department, when they come in, they actually verify by contacting the original town, city that's issued it, verifying that it's still valid and it's in good order. There will be the ability for now food trucks to, for example, pick up their license in Sandy and then travel here, and then they'll only have to pay this $120 and they'll be able to not, simply, it's going to be a processing fee almost. I will indicate to you there are some cities who are not charging anything.
And that's my point, is I understand, okay, we can give them a permit or whatever we want to call it. I just don't think that we need to charge that kind of money, maybe $20. If we don't want to, if we want to charge anything, it would be more appropriate. That's my personal opinion. So that's on that. Let me ask one other question on the impact fee adjustment. So if the developer is concerned that his the impact fees are improper, we're going to charge him $1,000 to have us look at that. Is that correct?
If he's filing an appeal, yes. But of course, if it turns out that we don't need to hire an outside consultant, or if staff time is minimal, they would be refunded any of the difference.
I'm just wondering if we've made a mistake in some way, that maybe we shouldn't be charging them anything. You know, if it turns out that we're okay, I mean, that what we did was proper, then that would be reasonable. So I would say, just as in a court case, if it turns out that your side is okay, and you end up not paying for these other attorney's fees, and I think that same issue might apply here. That if it turns out that they were right, that they were overcharged, that fee should be returned.
I could comment on that if you like. In almost every case, when an appeal happens, it's not because of an error the city makes, it's because of the limitations of our system that do not have a custom fee for every type of business that exists. We've got industrial, commercial, office, etc. And occasionally a business feels that they don't fit well into one of those categories. In that case, we have to go back to our consultant, do a fair bit of research, look at exactly what type of business it is, and see if it's justified to give them a customized fee.
Okay, and thank you. And I understand that. I just don't think someone should be penalized if the appeal is legitimate. That's my position, and we can discuss that if we need to.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on the secondary vendor permit /license /tomato/tomato. When this is charged, so you mentioned there are other cities that are not charging this, a secondary vendor permit fee. I'm wondering if having this fee in place
Again, this is not my area of expertise. It was our attorney who mentioned that other cities don't charge a fee. Maybe when he returns, he can try to answer that question.
Okay, a second related question. How are sales taxes collected on mobile businesses like a food truck? And I don't see anybody from finance over here, maybe anybody answer how to do it?
We try to collect as part of the license. In other words, we assume because it's very difficult to figure out how much they sold, that kind of thing. And many cities kind of gave up trying, so they had to incorporate it into the license because they know they're not going to really come up much on that.
All right, and is there anywhere in the fee schedule, without reading through the whole thing right now, that charges a different business license fee or different vendor fee for a mobile business like that over a standard business license or standard vendor license?
You're asking if there are any other specialties or special types of businesses that have a different fee than the standard fee?
Well, specifically a mobile business like a food truck or an ice cream truck or whatever that's going to do business in several states or several cities, in this state or this county. If there's a separate fee for that, because we don't collect sales tax the same way we do on a brick and mortar.
I'm not aware of any others that are specifically for food trucks.
All right, that's what I have.
Councilmember McConaughey. Thank you, Mayor. Couple thoughts. First of all, with that secondary vendor permit, like Councilmember Newton, I prefer we see this closer to the $20 range. I'd like to see us encourage these folks to come in and get registered with the city, so you know that they're here, know that they're doing business. I don't want to chase them off with the fee, especially when it may not be commensurate with the amount of work that the city's actually doing. I really like the question. What are we doing? What value do they get for $120 from the city? Does that value go to the residents that are here? Does that value go to the vendor? I really like having that in mind as we're looking at some of these fees. So I would be happy with the $20 fee. That said, one of my concerns is with the food trucks. I don't necessarily want to point this one out specifically. Other than I will say many people do love their waffles. They were out here in Jordan Landing. The software that they use and many of the other food trucks use it makes it really easy to tally and remit the sales tax to the proper cities. You look at your food, or you look at your emailed receipt from this company. It'll show that it'll show a line for West Jordan sales tax, and it will say 7%. The interesting thing is that's not our sales tax rate. That's American Fork sales tax rate where they're based out of. So all they have to do from a technological perspective, all they have to do is put in the ID for the certain city or the tax rate for the city, and their software will calculate where they're at. It even shows a little map where they were stationed, and then they can remit that. My concern is in talking with business licensing, we have not received any of that sales tax revenue whatsoever from any food truck operating in the city, even those that have been coming to City Hall. So I would be in favor of the $20 fee to encourage them to come out here so that we can start working with them to become compliant on remitting that sales tax. That's really where I think the focus needs to be. And I'll hold my comments there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly, I want to go back to what Councilmember Bergman brought up, which is the term that he had our city attorney discuss, which was license versus permit. And although I agree with you, my concern in changing it is making that ambiguity between state law and city code. And I think we need to conform with what state code is because it makes it very clear. When people go to our city code to reference it, they will look for the same term that the state uses. We've seen that before where our city code comes out of compliance with state law. And when we do that, we end up having to go back and rename it again. Anyway, that's my concern in going down that road. I agree with you. I think you make a very good argument. But I think our arguments with the legislature, not with the city code or the decision thing, I would say leave it as is so that we're in conformance 100% with the terminology that the state's using. Just my thoughts on that. I agree with the other thoughts on the amounts. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll now open the public hearing for item 6A. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item, now would be the opportunity.
Steve Jones, 3234 West, 6920 South in West Jordan here. I guess, when I look at a license like this, that's been talked about, we got a business coming in there, and they're being policed. And if they're not being policed, Councilman McConaughey made a valid point that we got these trucks that potentially are in our city, and they're not being policed. This money, to me, is a portion of what should be used in order to verify that we have these, basically code enforcement, that they have the proper permit and are paying the proper taxes, and that's not free, and you don't get much for 20. I hate to break it to you, but I pay more for my dog than $20. So, to be in all fairness, they're coming in and collecting money in West Jordan. They're getting a break for the fact that they have a license and don't have to jump through a bunch of other hoops someplace else, but they are coming in working within West Jordan, and they should be required to pay a fee in order to do that. Every business is the same. They shouldn't have a free ride, and $20 is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and return to the council for discussion and or motion. Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, and thank you, Councilman Nichols. That's what I meant to say. I understand where you're coming from. I don't know if they took these words verbatim from the state law. Can you tell if we did, Mr. Bricky, the wording of permit versus license, was that taken directly from the state
I'm
law?
looking at Utah Code 1156-103, and it refers to licensing, and it requires certain references to you cannot impose an additional licensing fee. I think it was, in fact, Joel's efforts to make sure that we weren't, in fact, creating a second licensing cost when he came up with that type of description.
Okay, but the state's using the word license in their wording, not permit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, in that case, I would like to have ours changed to match the word license as well. That will match the state and be more accurate. So, I would be in favor of accepting this motion if we change the word on those two lines to vendor license for the first one, which is actually really a license, and then the secondary vendor license, which is a license, which is not a permit.
Councilmember Nichols?
I completely think you guys are on different pages. He just said you cannot use the word license specifically in state code because they don't want a second license fee.
And if I understand the request from Councilman Burton, we're going to call it a vendor license, not a business license, and we're going to call it a secondary vendor license, not a secondary vendor permit. Is that the request? As long as we're not calling it a business license, I think we'll be fine. Was there a discussion along with that regarding the fee as well?
There is, but did you want to make that discussion? Oh, did I make a motion?
We don't have a motion on the table yet.
Yeah, I ready to, if everyone else is fine.
Motion would be in order.
Okay. I move that we adopt ordinance number 17-89, approving the amendments to the uniform fee schedule for the city of West Jordan with the following changes: replacing the word permit with license on those two lines of page 6 of 12, and changing the fee amount for the secondary vendor license from $120 to $20.
Councilmember Newton.
I would second that with one possible addition, that that with the, regarding an impact fee appeal, if the appeal results in a lower price for the impact fees, that the $1,000 appeal fee be refunded.
Do you accept that amendment?
I would accept that amendment. However, I question the necessity of that because I believe that, Stephen, that's already in there. Is that not correct? So that is in place already. So it's not necessary.
Did I misunderstand that? How is that in place?
Proposed tonight. If you look at page 3, it says $1,000 deposit with charges made against it for all personnel or consultants used based on actual costs. So if there are no costs, they get the full $1,000 back.
Okay, if there's no cost, but if you go back to your consultant and there are charges, and it results in the applicant being right or being reduced, then he's still liable for those charges. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's why I'm saying I think those charges ought to be refunded. That's the point. So that's the addition to the motion.
Okay, so if I understand your addition is if they are successful in their appeal, then their deposit will be refunded in full. Okay, I will accept that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Burton and a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little bit on the fence with this one. I understand where Councilmember Newton's coming from, and I agree with that approach. That said, I can imagine a scenario where we may incur costs that, although the applicant or the appellant might be, although they appeal, they might come out in the appeal. There could be justification that there's still a good reason for them to bear some of the costs. If perhaps, well, I won't get into what else because that would take forever. But I think perhaps we should visit the appeal process at a later point. I don't necessarily want to tie the appeal process in with the fee schedule. I do want to make sure that there is a good appeal process that is fair to the applicant, that's also fair to the city, and allows whoever's adjudicating that to have some flexibility. I wouldn't want the person carrying the appeal to be caught in a position where, yes, absolutely, you have to pay this, or you have to refund everything if it's not necessarily appropriate. So I want to make sure we have some flexibility there. I want to make sure we protect the applicant, but I want to protect the city as well. And I think the best opportunity to do that may not necessarily be within the fee schedule, but within what's codified for the appeal process. So I think at this point I'm going to be opposed to the motion because it includes some process elements along with the pricing elements. Thank you.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. I concur with what you just said. I really like this idea. I just don't think we need to tie it to the fee schedule at this point. But additionally, I did want to address something that Steve Jones brought up. And it was just a point. I mean, his message to me kind of rang true, but when I look at our business license schedule now, they actually get a business license is $40 for home occupation, $75 for a small business of 1 to 10 employees. And when you look at that, we were looking at doing 120, which is actually more than a business license. So I think $20 in my mind is reasonable because it's not a primary license, and that's what we've been debating and establishing. So I'm in agreement with that. Basically with what Chris has said. Thank you for Councilmember McConaughey.
Councilmember Burton.
Okay, I would like to go back to my original motion before I make the amendment. And so I'll stick with that, and I want to add, carry on with the $20 thing, after all the information that came out about how much West Jordan was charging for our food trucks, which was incorrect in the first place. Even though it was incorrect, it got a lot of people making comments about West Jordan and making us look good. So I wanted to help curb that going the other direction, which is part of the reason I wanted to go with the $20 fee and make it small so that we don't have that false reputation popping out there again. So that's where I'm with that.
Okay, so this is a substitute motion to your original motion now.
That would be correct. You want me to read that? Yes. Motion, yes. Okay. So I move to adopt ordinance number 17-89, approving the amendment to the uniform fee schedule in the city of West Jordan with the following changes on page 6 of 12, where it says vendor permit, replace that with vendor license. Where it says secondary vendor permit, replace that with secondary vendor license. And where it says $120 per permit, change that to $20. And now I'm here, we need to change that to license on those two lines there, so $170 per license and $20 per license, respectively, under vendor license and secondary vendor license. Pretty good. Thank you.
Councilor Lee?
I will second that with the understanding that we'll address the other concerns in the near future. Thank you.
We have a motion. We have a motion by Councilmember Burton, a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Okay, so just to clarify, I think this one jumped in the last minute. We've been talking about the secondary vendor permit, where somebody goes to another city, they have a permit for a food truck or something like that, they come here, instead of $120, we're going to say $20. If I heard right, this latest motion, you also said for the vendor permit, not the secondary vendor permit. Did you also change the vendor permit to $20 as well? No. Okay, so that's for clarification, that's still $170.
That's correct. All I changed on that was over on the right column, where it says $170 per permit, that would be $170 per license. And on the next line down, where it says $120 per permit, would be $20 per license. That was what I added.
Okay, I heard the $20 respectively, and I thought the $20 was being applied to each, not the license being applied for each. I know that has to be really difficult. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Is everyone clear on the wording of the substitute motion? Let's vote.
Councilmember Jacob.
No.
Mayor Roth.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
Yes.
And Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Vote passes 5-1.
Public hearing item 6B. Receive public input and consider for approval ordinance 17-24 regarding an amendment to the 2009 West Jordan Municipal Code, Title 13, Chapter 6, Section H, Senior Housing Overlay District, SHO, to allow independent elderly housing, nursing home, convalescent centers, and assisted living centers or similar uses in a PO, professional office zone, citywide applicability. Foursquare Properties, Inc., Dan Milich, applicant.
Just a quick suggestion. Given the number of folks who are here that have expressed interest in item F, Mayor, would you be willing to entertain a motion to hear public hearing 6F before we proceed to 6B?
We'll do it right after this one.
Okay, thank you.
Since I've already written the agenda. Scott.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll turn the time over to Ray McCann so you can go through a summary of the request.
Mayor and members of the council, just a minor correction to your staff reports. In the optional motion, the word "not" should be added in between city council and amend. So it says the city council not amend the 2009 city code. Just to give you a little bit of background on this item. The applicant owns a 15-acre piece of property that's just on the northeast side of the airport. this is it right here, it's shown in yellow. It's currently zoned professional office. The applicant's been trying to market the property for a number of years under the professional office designation, and there just hasn't been much interest. With the uses that are currently allowed in the code. So the applicant has requested to expand those uses to allow certain types of elderly or senior housing, to include independent elderly housing, nursing homes, assisted living centers, or similar uses. This is the definition of professional office. I'm not going to go read completely through it, but it's what it doesn't include are specific residential uses in that zoning district. It says businesses such as offices, laboratories, studios, and other office-related facilities. That said, in that professional office zoning district, we do allow already, as a conditional use, convalescent care facility, which is just a care facility for the elderly. What we're looking at doing is rather than just making this a straight use that's allowed in the professional office zoning, we thought that it would be better to apply this to what we call the SHO, or the Senior Housing Overlay District. Currently, we allow the senior housing overlay boundaries only apply to R2, R3 zones, the planned community, PRDs, the low-density single-family residential district, and the MFR, HFR, which are all the West Side residential district. What we thought, I think, would be the best approach would be just to simply cover this under the professional office, or to add professional office to the SHO district, because a lot of the issues and the concerns can be handled through the development plan that's required as part of that SHO district. So given that we do currently allow the let's see, this slide just kind of shows you where those professional offices are located. As you can tell, they're kind of located along the major arterial streets with Redwood Road, 7800 South and 90th South, and then there's one loan district that's over on the west side. The changes that we are looking at are in your packets, but just to highlight those, this is where we plugged in the purpose intent, including independent elderly housing, nursing homes, convalescent centers, and assisted living centers, or similar uses interpreted by the Planning Commission. We've also put in the zones not intended for hospitals, clinics, health centers, or like uses, because we just feel that those are larger, go kind of beyond the scope of that professional office district. These are the other changes that we're looking at. The only major change here would be just the dwelling unit density of those uses would be determined by the Planning Commission as part of that development plan approval. So with that, just to let you know, we did take this to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission looked at it and on May the 2nd, and then unanimously recommended approval of the request. So with that, I'll open up this for any discussion.
Ray, in your opinion, where it's already been done within our city is working well?
I don't know of any convalescent centers in the professional office zoning district that.
Oh, I thought you said we had some. It's a conditional use, but we don't have any.
But I'm not aware of any.
Okay. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions for you. First of all, the convalescent care facility is currently allowed as a conditional use in the PO zone.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a residence? Is that like a convalescent care where somebody would go and live?
They would. They would receive medical care during their stay. And I think there's also, I don't know if Scott looks like he's intent on pulling up the definition on that, but I think that what that is that's for extended stay for medical reasons.
All right. Another question, this particular parcel, which probably shouldn't necessarily have been brought up because this is citywide applicability.
Correct.
But since you brought it up, has been attempted to be rezoned to allow this kind of a use on that parcel specifically in the past. I believe the applicants come to the city with R3 or R2 or a planned residential, a couple of times I remember seeing this on the planning commission, a rezone for this property for this style of use. Does that ring a bell?
It rings. I think it rings a bell, and I think the applicant's here and can probably shed more light on that. But as I recall, there was a request to bring it before the planning commission, but that application was withdrawn. I think it was for senior housing, but it was on small separate parcels. I think that's what it was. It wasn't a convalescent center, correct?
And this is a senior housing overlay would allow those senior living homes in this zone. I guess if you don't get there on the first road, try the second road. I'll have more to say when we have a motion for discussion after public.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. My question for you is, so this PL zone, are we not doing away with it, but we're moving it so it's under the senior housing?
The senior housing overlay is an overlay district that applies to different zones. It'd be the R2, the R3, the ones that I mentioned. What this does is it brings the professional office zone under that to allow for senior housing. So the professional office zone is not touched.
Okay, so we can have professional zone like it is.
And this is an overlay on top of that.
Overlay on top of that, and keep the professional like it was, we can mix it if we chose to.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just had one question. In the professional office space where dentists perform oral surgeries, other medical professions do whatever it is they do in an office, the same kind of function would be on a different level would be in these convalescent care centers on a 24-hour basis rather than just maybe 10 or 12 hours. Is that
right? Right.
I just want to try and understand.
Yeah, they actually live there while they're getting the care.
Because they need constant care.
Right.
Thank you. We will take. Would the applicant like to speak prior to opening the public meeting?
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of the public here this evening. My name is Dan Milich. I'm Director of Development for Foursquare Properties, offices at 7533 South Centerview Court here in West Jordan. Before I jump into this, just to address a couple of items right at the beginning, there was an application filed about 2 years ago now on this particular 15-acre site that was up on the screen earlier, as the councilman addressed. What we had attempted to do at that time was amend the zoning code to allow assisted living uses in the PO zone with a use permit. We worked with staff on that application for a number of weeks, determined that that probably isn't an appropriate way to address this issue, and in working with staff we came up with a more global approach to senior housing opportunities within the city of West Jordan, and specifically within the PO zone properties. Feeling that resolving the, or coming to a way to provide an opportunity for additional senior housing options on PO zone properties was more appropriate through the senior housing overlay, which the city already had in place, and it was an amendment brought forward then to the senior housing overlay zoning designation so that it could apply to the PO zone and also be a little more broadly defined. And so you were right in as much as we had looked at this site before in regard to senior housing. This application is a text amendment. It's applicable to senior housing overlay. This request includes modifications and revisions to the overlay district text and to the applicability of this overlay designation to property zone professional office. As stated, we've had a series of meetings with staff over the past 3 years to discuss potential development scenarios on vacant and underutilized parcels that we own within Jordan Landing and on property in proximity to Jordan Landing. These discussions have included what we might be able to do in the way of creating additional options for the development of these parcels. Subsequent to these meetings, we had a series of conversations with the city regarding parcels currently zoned professional office. These discussions focused on additional use options that might be considered within the zoning designations. So development interest could be increased and PO zone parcels throughout the city could be developed, or underutilized parcels could be redeveloped. The city's development code permits or conditionally permits a number of uses similar to assisted living facility uses and continuing care retirement facility community uses. These include adult daycare, general, which is a conditional use in the PO zone, convalescent care facility, which is a conditional use in the PO zone, hospital, which is a conditional use in the PO zone, and medical service, which is a permitted use by right in the PO zone currently. Instead of rezoning any specific property, we discussed a more citywide comprehensive approach by amending the senior housing overlay zone as a way to clarify and simplify the many senior land use and senior housing categories that were similar in nature. Allowing these types of uses to be considered in the PO zone as part of an overlay zone will ensure their compatibility not only with neighboring uses, but with the general area of the city in which they are proposed. I have a bunch of justifications here, and I'm not going to stand up here and read them. I know there's a full agenda here this evening, so I'm not going to take that time. But what I would like to say is that, we discussed this at length with Planning Commission. We had an in-depth discussion with staff over the last approximately 2 years on this item. We feel that this is a solid planning approach, a comprehensive approach to allow this type of use within the city and PO zone properties. Anytime that this would be proposed, it would have to come back before not only Planning Commission but Council, because it would be a zone change on each individual property that this would apply to. So you would have a full review authority at that time because it is a zone change on each property that this would be applied to. Additionally, it would have to go through, of course, a site plan review, which is more specific to the impacts that it's creating as far as setbacks, parking, and so forth. And in closing, I would just like to say that we have worked closely with staff again for almost 3 years now on this item. We appreciate their time, and we appreciate your consideration here this evening. Any questions I can address, I'd be happy to try and do that for you. Thank you.
I will now open the public hearing for item 6B. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the opportunity. Scott.
If I could just clarify, I appreciate what Mr. Milich has indicated, that this slide actually is probably the best out of every slide that was shown to you. This is a citywide applicability. Up until this point, the senior housing overlay would only be applicable to those R2 and LSFR and PC PRD zones. It looks like I do need to correct something though on this slide, which is pretty important. Down at the bottom, under 136H-5, the highlighted portion says the dwelling unit density in the professional office zoning district shall be established by the Planning Commission. It should read City Council. The City Council has the authority to approve densities with development plans. That was changed about a year ago. So that kind of reverted back to the old language. So I just want to bring that to the Council's attention, that language should be changed to read City Council. And so what Mr. Milich indicated is accurate, that if you grant this particular code amendment, you're not granting a senior housing overlay on that particular 15 acres that was shown earlier. If they decide to move ahead and the council adopted the code change, they would have to come back to have multiple public hearings and come back to the council to apply that overlay on a site-by-site basis. So with that, we found this is the most secure way to move forward with this type of use.
Thanks for that clarification. Is there anyone? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing for item 6B and return to the council for discussion on the motion. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I find this to be redundant, if not unnecessary, in that if we're going to allow this overlay zone to be applied over a professional office and an applicant would have to come in to request a zoning change to get it applied, why not just request the zoning change to something that's already in the code that allows the senior housing overlay? I don't understand why we would need to add a professional office zone overlay. I don't think it fits what a professional office is. I think we're going to hear here in just a minute from a bunch of neighbors who are going to look at a senior housing overlay zoning request. And they're all going to not like it. And when they move into the, sorry, I'm predicting the future. If somebody likes it, feel free to correct me when we get a chance in the public hearing on the next one. But when somebody moves into their house and the realtor says, oh no, that area behind you is zoned for professional office, and it ends up being a senior housing 3-story apartment building, they're going to be here, and they're going to be angry, and they're going to be justified in being so. I'm all for trying to put the use you want on the property that you own, but I don't think that this does anything that's not already in the code. I don't like putting in a citywide applicability text amendment for something that's really redundant in my opinion.
Councilmember Jacob.
If there's no other comments, I'll go ahead and make a motion to deny ordinance 17-24.
I'll second the motion for discussion, because I'm undecided on this. I want to at least discuss it.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Jacob, a second by Councilmember Nichols. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Jacob brings up a valid point. My counter to that, though, would be that oftentimes when people come requesting a rezone, they come ask for anything under the sun. By doing this senior housing overlay, we're saying this is something that we might be willing to consider. So if you want to go down this path, you've got a better shot. And I think because it appropriately guides them to the direction, to something that's closer to compatible, I think I would lean more in favor to supporting what's been proposed than I would to outright denying it. I want to be very, very careful that as we decide this matter, there's no connection to the one that's further down. That's totally different. Density issues are probably the topic rather than the land use. I don't know that everybody would be upset or angry about this or even in opposition if it was just a senior housing overlay and the densities match the existing neighborhoods. I think that's unfair to try and predict the future and compare that with that item with this item. I really do think that this gives people a good direction to go, because there are some places where we could see some development and maybe professional offices a little bit trickier, and give them an opportunity with the suggestion that they can go this route. It may be somewhat redundant, but I think I'm okay with that. So I will be in opposition to the motion to deny. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Just a question in response to that. Thank you, Mayor. And the question for Councilmember McConaughey then is in what situation do you see that applying for this overlay in a professional office zone that may be already existing, or maybe there's a rural residential zone they're going to apply for a professional office zone with this overlay? In what situation would that have a
And to respond, I'm not going to try and guess hypotheticals. I don't think that's a good way to go. I can think of situations where perhaps we have something that's zoned as professional office, and it might make sense to put some sort of senior element there. I don't want to guess what that is, because I don't want to put myself in a situation where further down the road someone said, well, you said hypothetically you support this, so here it is, and it doesn't work. I can't predict the future. I can't guess what's going to happen. But I can see certain areas where we have professional office zoning right now. It might make sense if it needs to be changed to go the senior housing direction. We've had prior conversations in strategic planning sessions where we talked about the need for senior housing elements. And I think this helps support those prior decisions that have been made and encourages that, rather than saying, well, let's just scrap this professional office and go with high-density residential. I certainly don't want to encourage that. I think this better pushes the type of application, the type of behavior that we're looking for. So I won't guess the hypotheticals, but I think this is going to do better to drive the type of behavior, bring in the type of applications we'd like to see that are more likely to succeed. Thank you.
Let's vote.
Councilmember Newton.
No.
Councilmember McConaughey.
No.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
No.
Mayor Rolfe.
No.
Councilmember Burton.
No.
Vote fails 2-4.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Given that consideration, I would move that we approve, where did it go? That's a lot of small text.
Ordinance 1724.
There we are. Ordinance 17-24, with the change on section 13-6H-5 under density, that it states that the zoning district, that the density shall be established by the city council, not by the commission.
Councilmember Newton.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion to the motion. Councilmember Burton.
I just want to make a clarification on your change there. So it will say approved by the city council as established by the city council. You didn't intend to include in that not by the planning commission, did you?
No, I'm just emphasizing that planning commission comes out, city council goes in, and then for anybody who's listening to the transcript later, I don't want the words and not the planning commission. Still want that. Thank you for the chance to clarify.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm opposed to this motion, as you might have guessed. I just can't picture a single, after 3 years on the planning commission, almost 2 years on the council, a year and a half. I can't imagine a single instance in which a zoning application of this kind would be more approvable or more desirable than the other zoning applications that are already in place to accomplish this sort of development. So I'll make this motion.
Let's vote.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
Aye.
Mayor Rolfe.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
No?
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-1.
Okay, I have a personal privilege that I'm going to exercise prior to what I stated I would do. We have in our audience our mayor to the south of us, South Jordan, has asked, he has a very busy schedule, and item 7D is very important to their city. They have some professional experts here with them, and I'd like to move to business item 7B quickly. Before we can move to that item, we would need a motion to reconsider 17-04. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Since I was the one who asked for it a few weeks back, I would love to be the one to make the motion to reconsider ordinance 17-04.
Councilmember Burton.
Second that.
So we have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, let's vote.
Mayor Rolfe,
Yes.
Councilmember Newton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Vote passes 6-0.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob, you're not. So sorry.
I'm often overlooked.
Passes 6-0.
Yes.
Okay, item 7B, reconsideration of ordinance 17-04 regarding a general plan land use map amendment for approximately 3.211 acres from low-density residential to public facilities and approximately 2.263 acres from low-density residential to agricultural and rezone approximately 3.211 acres from A20 agricultural 20-acre lots zone to PF public facilities and approximately 2.263 acres from A20 agricultural 20-acre lots to A1 agricultural 1-acre lot zone for property located at 8000 West Old Bingham Highway, South Jordan City, applicant. David?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we have some representatives from South Jordan. I know Mr. Keeney has prepared a presentation by PowerPoint. I'll defer to Mr. Keeney for the opportunity to represent or introduce all those members of South Jordan who are present with him tonight.
Actually, it would be appropriate to have the mayor step up to the microphone and introduce everyone that's here.
Yes, that would be probably better. Thank you, sir.
So Mayor Alborg, Mayor of South Jordan City.
Thank you so much for having me tonight. And I saw your agenda, and I can relate to the night that's ahead of you, so I'll keep it short. Just wanted to thank you for hearing this subject again. I know that the first time you saw it, it came as a bit of a surprise, and I do take some responsibility for that. And so I hope you would accept the apology of myself and the City Council for not going to the elected officials first. What we thought was an easy staff procedure turns out had more complexity in the eyes of the council. And so as someone who also is in your shoes, I can respect that very much. I just wanted to maybe comment on the partnership between our cities. Incidentally, I probably get introduced often as the mayor of West Jordan, simply because in the eyes of many people in our valley, it's all West Jordan out there. So our cities are next to each other in geography, and we share a last name. But more than that, I think that we share a destiny together. As the West Side continues to grow, I think we'll see that the population center will actually be west of I-15. There will be many more thousands and millions of people west of I-15. Most of the undeveloped land in the valley is in our cities, along with some of our neighbors. As we continue to work together, I can see a bright future for us. I see a bright political future. Oftentimes, traditionally in our state and in our valley, leadership in the Senate and the House has come from the east side. That could change as population changes. Mayor Rolfe and I are now participants in a West Side a West Side Conference of Mayors, and we hope to see fruit from that effort. We need to lobby together, we need to work together, we need to rally together. And so it's in that spirit of friendship and cooperation that I just wanted to thank you for considering this rezone for a second time. Just need to reboot.
We apologize for the technical difficulties, Mayor. It looks like it's rebooting. I'm sorry, Mayor, we'll have to take a 10-minute break. We've got our IT specialist coming by.
No problem. I was just about to wrap up, but we'll come back. Thank you.
A 10-minute recess. We'll carry you forward, so all in favor? Aye. Mayor, we're ready.
Okay, so where was I? Something about merging our two cities, that we unite under one. Applaud the IT guy. With respect to your meeting, and I know that delay actually did minutes to the clock. I'm just going to finish up by thanking you guys. I was very honored and pleased to stand side by side with West Jordan when the prison relocation issue was being visited. I applaud the leadership of Mayor Rolfe. He really sprung into action. I was very impressed. Our team also met with some of the committee members in the legislature, and I think it was a nice, what would you say, a 1-2 punch, and we're grateful for the outcome there. So with no further ado, why don't I just turn it over to Mr. Tingey, and Don, you're right here. Thanks again. I'll be here, but I'm not speaking anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I can't pass it up, but that was a great mulligan. I'm glad to be here today, and this has been a great learning experience for all of us as we've gone through this reconsideration and be able to make just a quick presentation for what we talked about yesterday. I guess it was Monday when we met. I have a few slides that just kind of go through some of the pictures. This just shows an overview of our two cities and identifying where the water tank is proposed to be located there. It's there at the top of the convergence of Old Bingham and New Bingham, there at the point. And this slide here shows some of our site selection processes. We were looking at it with the Rio Tinto operations, the Bingham Cemetery, and some more operations there to the east. This slide here shows the proposed water tank down there at the south side of the property there, of the map, with the West Jordan's tank up on top and the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy's tank to the north there. This slide here shows our water tank with the 3.2 acres and shows the existing Jordan Valley Water Conservancy District easement that transverses the Jones property currently. There's also, this is really washed out, just kind of a photo of the site itself. This shows in our negotiations with the Joneses, who own the larger 100-acre piece there, shows how that divided up with the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy easements actually on the Joneses property, and that helps them market that piece, have a little larger piece in the future. There is a landscape design. Maybe you've seen that. We look to bring the landscaping up around the water tank and slope that down. The water tank will serve part of the final parts of our city's culinary master plan in what we call zones 7 and 8, which is the furthest west area of South Jordan up to U111. Those zones are pretty much Mountain View corridor to U111 in the Daybreak area, and just go right directly west of the Sunstone area there on 118 South. And it will service that from the north area. We did have Hanson Allen Luce has been doing the water engineering on this tank, and calculated the equivalent residential connections for the two zones, 71% of those which are for residential. The beginning and the impetus of the need for the water tank began not only with our culinary water master plan years ago, but most recently with a $38 million special assessment bond that we did in conjunction with Daybreak Communities. And if you understand the special assessments, all of those assessments are allocated to each of the individual properties that will be serviced by the water tank. Initially, we met in April with staff, went through our application, had a meeting with city management in May. Then we began the property negotiations with the Jones family in May and finalized those in December. Hanson Allen Luce has been engineering the tank during that same time. The application initially went to the Planning Commission in December, was heard by you in January, and that kind of what brings us to today. Some of the things we talked about in our meeting on Monday was the site selection, and some of the needs that we had for the engineering were the elevation, the proximity to the Jordan Valley Water Conservancy tanks, and the availability of property, all balanced with the cost of the property, the tank engineering, the tank construction, and site preparations. There was some questions about water tanks being served outside the municipality. This is a picture outside my backyard. This is in Harriman, I live, and this is a Riverton City water tank directly in my adjoining property. So servicing the CenterCal project there on 134th and the Riverton neighbors that are around that. Like I said, the water needs for Zone 7 and 8 are there, with about 72% of them being residential and only 7% being industrial, and the other civic, retail, church uses. So that just concludes my presentation for tonight's reconsideration. We appreciate all the cooperation we've had with staff and Mayor Rolfe and you as council members as well.
Thank you for the presentation. In the interest of time, we've had a lot of discussions. I want to first state that in the press it was tried to be depicted that our cities were not getting along, and that's just not the case. I explained to the mayor why the decision came the way it did, and tried to give the perspective of where our council was. With that, I move to approve ordinance 17-04 in its entirety.
Second.
A motion by Mayor Rolfe and a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank everybody from South Jordan for coming out and sharing a little bit more information. I would like to share my rationale for why the initial no vote, just so you can understand where I was coming from a little bit. When we saw this come up on the agenda, the things that were running through my mind were, we have other properties in the city that are owned by the municipalities or other entities, and that relationship has taken quite a bit of time to develop. We have the airport, which has been around since 1938, and just barely we got a seat on the oversight board, but we can now understand how things are progressing there. Jordan School District has quite a few properties that are in prime retail or commercial locations that don't produce any tax revenue to help the city or the school district. And then seeing this one pop up was kind of a surprise, thinking, here's more property that could potentially benefit the residents, but it's going a different direction by another city, and we didn't see that one coming. When we looked at the future land use map and saw that it didn't really comply with what we had, my concern was, okay, well, if we approve this and we do a favor for South Jordan, will we use that grounds for denial of other developers when they say, hey, we want to do this instead of what you have zoned? Well, does that set a different precedent saying that that's no longer a valid reason for us to deny something? I went with my gut and said, this is a little too far out there. I'm not ready to do anything at this point. I did not have a good night's sleep that night, and thought about it considerably at length. And then after conversation with staff and with a number of other folks, came to the conclusion that obviously the need to give water to the residents and the need for that infrastructure outweighs some of the other things that we may have out there already on the books, such as our future land use map and the general plan. Some of those modifications may be necessary. So that's why I requested in our subsequent meeting that we reconsider this. But again, having you here to help share your perspective and help us have that understanding, it's very much appreciated. So in a nutshell, I know we're looking for time. I'll leave my comments at that. But thank you, Mayor. I would be speaking in support of this reconsideration.
Let's vote.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
Voting on this for the first time? Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Yes.
And Mayor Roth?
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you
Just
very
as you know, Mayor Alvord had about 3 hours to prepare for on the prison that he mentioned. He dropped everything and stood in the press conference with us, speaking out against the prison. Most appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we're taking item 6F. I know a lot of you are waiting on for this. We're moving it next in order. Receive public input and consider for approval ordinance 17-28 regarding a future general plan land use map amendment for 22.5 acres from very low density residential to community commercial, 14.282 acres, and very high density residential, 8.223 acres, and rezone 22.5 acres from RR 20D rural residential 20,000 square foot lots and RR 1D rural residential 1 acre lots to SC2 shopping center, community shopping center zone 14.282 acres and R322 SHO multifamily residential 22 units per acre senior housing overlay zone 8.223 acres for property located at the northeast corner of 7800 West, yes, 7800 South, 5600 West, Peterson Development, LLC, Justin Peterson applicant, Scott.
Thanks, Mayor Roth. Put the time over for a summary of the request, and then Larson has that.
Thank you, Mayor. The proposal is to amend the future land use map to community commercial and very high density residential at the corner of 5600 West and 7800 South, as well as rezoning the property to SC2 Community Shopping Center and R322 multifamily residential, 22 units or less with a senior housing overlay district. The senior housing overlay district will require that a 55-year and older community will be on the site, or an assisted living center or a similar type of facility would be located on the site. Peterson Development is looking for a plus 55-year-old community on the northeast corner or the northeast side of the development. So it would be this portion of the development. And then on the west portion, it would be a SC2 community shopping center and an SC2 along the southwest as well. The R322 zone allows for 22 units per acre, with the area proposed to be rezoned approximately 8.2 acres for the R322. Approximately 176 units would be permitted on that site. The remaining acreage would be the community shopping center along the south and west of the proposed property. The SC2 area would be developed according to the Peterson Development Concept Plan, similar to the Smith Shopping Center, the Smith's Marketplace, located just to the west of the subject site. So it would be similar to the pad sites immediately to the west. Now, this concept plan that was submitted by Peterson Development is required at the time of submittal for a rezone. The concept plan will change during the time of site plan review, and the only review that we're doing here tonight is for the future land use map amendment and the rezone. When Planning Commission heard this proposal earlier this month, they forwarded a positive recommendation to the City Council for the commercial land use amendment and rezone only. There was some concern by the Planning Commission members about the high-density residential units. Regardless, city staff has found that the future land use map amendments and rezone meets all 11 criteria required in the city code, and city staff is recommending the city council to approve the future land use map amendment and rezone.
Questions from council? Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, just a quick question. 5490 West is a road that has come up in a previous council, and there's some development that's down that road. It's a private road. How would this, does this have any impact on 5490 with road improvements that would impact?
It would, before any development can occur on this Peterson site, the property owner would be required to dedicate property for the development of 5490 West.
And does our code permit, or our policies permit, so if Peterson's developing their half, what happens to the other half? Is it all one, does it get, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for, deeded over to the city as opposed to a private road? What happens to the other half that's not Peterson's?
So I can address that, and perhaps engineering as well. Looking at this aerial photo, let's see if I can bring this up. All right, so here's 5490. It's on our transportation master plan as a collector road, which is a 60-foot wide right-of-way. When the development occurs on this piece of property, the Peterson or whomever decides to develop that would be obligated to dedicate that as a public right-of-way. And since the code also does not allow half-width roads, they would then be obligated to put in all of the improvements here, as well as if they develop along this northern half. Essentially, you'd have this loop road coming in from the roundabout here, coming down to 5490, and so this would be a full public road connecting 7800 south to 5600 west. There is the opportunity to enter into a pioneering agreement for properties that are not developed. Since this area along 5490 already has development, they would not have that opportunity. Consequently, the Peterson development were the original developers of that subdivision, and so. But anyway, I don't know if that answers your question fully. We've got Dave Murphy here as well.
If I could chime in there just a little bit, Mayor and Council, on 5490 West, we have an existing 16-inch water line and a utility easement over that pipe, but the road is not currently public road, so it would have to become a public road. There are two projects planned for that road. There's an 8-inch to 12-inch sewer pipe that goes up that street that services the rest of the area to the north, and there is also a transmission water line that does go through that area to service Zone 3 in our water pressure system. That is an immediate project as part of a $10 million bond that's coming in this year, and $10 million bond for next year's water projects. So that's part of the reservoir project that's up in the Jensen property, and we have final site on that Jensen property that we're working on now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. Just another question on 5490 West. That road is a private road currently, I believe it's, is it owned by or just controlled by or maintained by an HOA on that street? And what I understand, the HOA kind of governs that road. So the Peterson development does not necessarily own 5490 and have freedom to do whatever they want with it as long as it's the private road. Is that right, or am I wrong?
If you give me a moment, I can confirm that. I'll pull up my separate map for ownership.
Okay, that's my only question. Thanks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Peterson developed the piece just east of here and put in the storm drain, the curb and gutter, and all improvements, just like a public street, even though it still remains a private street. So I assume that they would put the other curb and gutter 60 feet away and Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. So this high density they're talking about zoning for, would that use 5490 or would that have a separate road?
It would be using 5490 and a road that would be constructed to the north as well. So 5490 along here is what shows on the concept plan, and then this road here, which would connect to that roundabout on 5600 West.
Thank you.
Any questions? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one more question. Does this impact 5490 West in the sense that the north end is gated so that it maintains its private road status, or if when this gets developed, does that gate go away and become public? Like the north end is gated right now, you can't access it.
The answer to that question is the northern section can remain a private road for as long as the other areas north of this section of redevelopment does not redevelop. As soon as the northern section does redevelop and sewer line gets extended, that becomes a public street, because that is on your transportation master plan as a collector road.
No other question. Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. Just a little bit of confusion in the notes. It's just the minutes, I should say. It talks about the planning commission. They made a motion. It was seconded by Josh Chowski. And then there was an amended motion by Kelvin Green for a negative recommendation for the 8.2 acre piece. And that was seconded by Jimmy Hansen. And then the minutes go on to say the amended motion passed 5-2 in favor. So but then I read the start of our packet, and our packet says that there's a positive recommendation for everything. So I was a little bit confused, maybe by the minutes. So I just want to get some clarification.
It was a mixed recommendation that came from the planning commission. They, as Ms. Larson indicated, the commission forwarded a positive recommendation for the commercial component, but not the senior housing component. So that didn't translate very clearly. I can see that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's all the questions. Would the applicant like to speak?
Mayor and council members, I'm Justin Peterson with Peterson Development, 225 South, 200 East. A little context of my history in your city. When I first started coming out in the early 90s, your city offices were at a different location and a bit more humble than what we're currently standing in. And I watched it grow. I watched the city move into, the city leaders, staff move into this facility, this beautiful facility, and it was in an effort to keep up with the growth the citizens needed. And when I started my career in real estate, it was really my background as a residential focus. And yet, over time, and as the fluid nature of real estate and demographics, lifestyles sometimes, I've had to put on different hats and become a student of some different disciplines of real estate. This is an example of that, or at least the senior housing component to this piece, which I know is causing some consternation from some of the residents. What we're trying to do here, and I appreciate Nanette emphasizing that this is a rezone. It's not a site plan today, though we have a concept that we provided. It is a rezone, and hopefully details that are site plan related can be addressed at that point if it's to go forward under the current proposal. But I would ask the council and the mayor to to bear with me as I cite my background in residential real estate, but as the ground, as the western third of the city has evolved, some of these demographics, as I mentioned, when we developed these subdivisions to the east of this site proposed, I don't think the Mountain View corridor was a glimmer in the eye of really anyone. And we were developers, and by our nature, we have to forecast, we have to look to see where the puck is going. But that kind of blindsided even us, and then it went forward and it went in, and we're grateful it did. I think if you're a car driving Utah along the Wasatch Front, I think it's going to be a benefit to that area and really to the Wasatch Front and some of the challenges that traffic and Utahns and their kids and their grandkids bring to this spot we live in. I'll wrap up my comments other than to say that we've developed hundreds and hundreds of acres here in West Jordan, and we've tried to be a responsible steward of the land that way. We've developed a number of housing types with an emphasis on single-family lots. I've said times before, no one's developed more single-family lots in West Jordan than Peterson Development has. Single-family lots, we don't believe, is the highest and best use for this ground. We do feel the senior housing component in this commercial rezone request is an appropriate buffer. We've looked at other uses, the changing nature of retail. We don't personally want more retail than we have out there. Someone pointed out there's 4 corners of it out there. IHC happened to want to go on this corner. I can't speak for IHC other than they showed up and they wanted to go where indicated off this northeast corner. That is this senior housing component. I would ask the council not to fixate on the 22 DUs an acre. I don't know that we fixate on that. Am I opening the door to a number of DUs an acre? To me, that's less important than the right use that shows up before you at a site plan review. That's the highest end of it. We're doing a project of this nature in South Jordan across from the Costco off Bangerter Highway. I think our project has about 123 units. We don't have a user right now in place. They're telling us, don't come to us. You're not even rezoned. Don't even come to us until you're rezoned. We have to get the zoning in place. And that's what the subsequent meetings and site plan would be for. And so I'd ask you to keep that in context. We have some site triangles we've done. If there's interest in looking at those, I don't know that I'd ask you, you're welcome to pull them up. This is an example of, from the backyards of some of the homes, a site triangle with a 30-foot building put close to the right-of-way and the setback, I think 30-foot setback. The bottom example is with, the 80-foot setback, I think, putting the building further west. And you can see the line of sight from backyards with a 6-foot fence, a 6-foot tall person. You don't see the buildings when they're put towards the west. Based off these site triangles, take them for what they're worth, but hopefully there's certainly an element of accuracy to those. We wanted to do those to put some context to this request. I come back and I'll finish with this, that we've looked at a number of uses in developing a master plan community in these hundreds of acres we've developed in the West Side Area Plan, in the Highlands, in Stone Creek, in the literally thousands of single-family lots we've done. This needs a transition, and this senior housing, I'd ask what is so objectionable about it of you, because this community, this area of West Jordan with 30 and 40-year-old residences, this is a segment of housing that your residents need, we feel. So I'll commence with my comments. I just respectfully ask that if there are some details brought up, that you would allow me to address those before you bang the gavel in closing the comment period. With that, I'd entertain any questions right now as well.
Questions from council? Looks like you're good.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the hour, I move that we suspend the rule to restrict our meeting to a 9 o'clock ending time and allow us to continue. I'm not going to set a finish time.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Jacob. Discussion of the motion? Seeing none, let's vote to extend the meeting.
Councilmember Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Newton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols,
Yes.
and Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
I will now open the public hearing for item 6F. I'd like to read a comment that Sharon Smith asked to be read into the record. Already too much commercial west of Bangor. Need to maintain the openness and quiet neighborhood. Already too much traffic on 7800 South. We already cannot get out of the neighborhood. There's not enough east-west thoroughfares to support the existing traffic. I appreciate the comments on traffic on 2700 West. It was becoming extremely hard just to get home at night. Hopefully the light at 70th and 27th can be adjusted. Anyone else wishing to speak during public? Please. Public hearing. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Amy, A-M-Y, Martz, M-A-R-T-Z. I live at 5438 West, Bridal Vista Circle, West Jordan, Utah. I will do my best to be brief since you've been here a long time. Not quite as sharp as I was 2 hours ago, but I am here to speak on agenda item 6F. Councilman's going to act as my Vanna in advance for me. Go ahead, if you're able. The tech spirits are angry. There we go. This is just another, back one more, there you go. Another view of the same area. Peterson has indicated that they do own all four corners of this area, so certainly if they have a desire for three-story buildings, they have other options besides bordering our neighborhood. It's been a lot of talk about how this area has been underserved by business. So I just want to point out that Jordan Landing is only 4 minutes from the Green Arrow. So from my location, there's ready access to things that I need. The Smiths has been fabulous, no question. But if you're looking to put businesses and services in a place that doesn't exist, it would be more at your red arrow there at Bacchus Highway. This is a view. The red dot shows you from whence the picture was taken. This is from, my back is to the neighborhood, and you're looking across down 78th at the Smiths. It's a rather large piece of property. This is from the northeast corner. You can see the road that they're talking about expanding to 60 foot there on the bottom edge. So just to review, they're looking to put commercial along 78th and 56th, which I think the majority of our population, our neighborhood, I think that's an obvious answer. You've got very busy streets. No one's going to want to live there. I think the commercial is very appropriate. I would question the fact that it comes over to the residential neighborhood on the south end, but clearly the 56 West is very appropriate. Our problem mainly is with the senior housing, with the maximum unit of 22 units per acre. With 8 acres of property, that's more than 176 residents if they're single per unit. So you're talking about putting more than 250, 300 people in that space on a road that's been private. I didn't hear a satisfactory answer as to how that's going to be dealt with. To me, it's still very fuzzy as to whether the city's going to be taking the property. Those who live on that property to the north were at the planning meeting, and they didn't understand that that road would then be taken by the city. So, just my own personal story. A year ago, I was here at this meeting as you rezoned the rural residential area to my north to put in.
I'm sorry.
That was the 3 minutes.
I think in view of my weight, and we're having this technical issue with Dr.
She actually.
No, it shuts off automatically.
May I address this level? I think it's clear that there's a sign for houses on the property. Our assumption that the homes is valid.
I'm I'm sorry you have to wrap up. Thank you.
Anyway, I would like to request that you not approve the three-story senior housing for the commercial and that's along with these systems.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Scott Howell with Peterson Development, 2nd East and 2nd South. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service, first of all. We appreciate the time that you take, late hours. We've heard a lot of discussion tonight about the future of West Jordan. To think that you're going to maintain this Mayberry, so to say, with Silicon Slopes happening at least 5 miles from you to the south here is just a pipe dream. This is one of the best communities in the world that people will be flocking to as we see what happens with the prison. I want to address this issue about senior housing. It's interesting to note that in marketing studies out here, we see more and more of your constituents that say, it's time to give up the 2.5 acre lot or the acre lot. I need to go where I can be by my grandkids and have a place, a safe place to live, and have them to be there. We'd emphasize to you one more time that we're not just asking for the rezone. We don't know the exact nature of what it would be or what it could be, but we do know that West Jordan is going to continue to grow, and growth is a good thing. When you have an IHC that wants to come out here and provide great medical care for you and take care of the constituency that you have, it's not a blank stare. I mean, this is one of the finest medical providers in the country, and they have a desire to be out there. There are always tough decisions, but that's why you get paid the big bucks. I think you get paid. You might not even get paid, actually. But we would encourage you to have the foresight and vision of a Brigham Young to know what your community will and can be. And we will be a willing partner and a collaborative partner to work with you. So we'd urge you to support the projects tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
I'm Dave Witten. I live at 5416 West Brighto Vista Circle. I'm here to speak against this proposed rezoning. This is the second time I've been here. The first time was for the rezoning of the north parcel, north of my property. It just seems like every time we come here, we as the residents typically always tend to lose. And I think we are willing to come to the middle agreement and try to make both parties come out with what we both would like to have. I think if you go ahead and zone it for high density residential senior living, all that's going to do is open the door, which will allow them to have whatever they want to put on there at that high 22 units per acre. Even though they may not know what it looks like today, it gives them the opportunity to do that. It opens up the door for a 3-level structure. I think that having commercial along 5600 West makes a lot of sense, and I think most of us are not opposed to that. I think what we're opposed to is the high-density senior residential. We would rather have single-family homes as the buffer, and therefore those guys buying those lots would know what's going to be behind their backyard, and if they're willing to purchase that property and build a house, then they know what they are expecting. When we purchased our house, we weren't necessarily expecting to see something as high density as what they're suggesting. Peterson has in the past tried to bring in high residential apartments. It was shot down. I think the nature of the area is for a lower density development, and I would propose that we try to maintain that, give Peterson the commercial, but let us have some lower density immediately to the west of our properties. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
I should wade into this too. Steve Jones, 3234 West, 6920 South. It just seems like interesting after, roughly two and a half years of coming to city council meetings, every one of these developers comes in and their solution to everything in our city is high density. And driving around and looking at other places, it doesn't take much to, to drive down, say, Bangor Highway and get down there by the Ochre Temple and by daybreak and to see what's happened to those fields and stuff in there where they've virtually crammed in nothing but apartment complexes. And personally, I really find it disagreeing. This area was slated to be for those individuals that like a little bit more of a rural atmosphere. There's nothing wrong with it. We have plenty of apartments and plenty of high density components that are being put in our city. This particular area, no, it's slated for a little bit more open space, and I think it should remain that way. It's just, we're just getting too much inundated with this high density stuff, and for some reason we look at the city as saying the only way we can function as a city is to count rooftops. It's not about rooftops. Your job is to provide the residents services at an equitable cost. That's it. It's not a business. It's not a seeing how much we can cram in there. It's to make people comfortable and to vary it so we have a wide range. And I think this area is slated for a little bit more open space and should remain that way. Thanks.
At Second South, Second East, and Salt Lake. If I could just be succinct on a couple of things. I think it's really important that we're not kidding ourselves, that we need to understand, and as you look at demographics, you look at the growth of the state of Utah, you look at what's going on, this area will grow and develop. We've got a freeway right there. We've got the Mountain View corridor where UDOT is focusing on this just almost 100% to get relief on I-15. To get from my office in Salt Lake to get out here tonight, it took me well over 45 minutes. Now, there was a couple accidents, one going north, one going south, but this Mountain View corridor is really important. Could I also make the comment that I focus strictly on all the commercial development there at the Highlands, at this intersection of 5600 West, 7800 South. And so everything commercially comes to me, and we look at it as a company. And we are trying to create this sense of community. This unity right there with some diversity that really makes sense. I think to make a vibrant community a tax base for the city, and it was just mentioned that the city's not in the business to be in business. Well, I understand that thought in the context, but I disagree with that because there is a tax base that the city needs in order to maintain the services that the residents need, and that is critically important. Without the commercial development, you simply don't get you don't get the services. You just simply won't get it. We believe to create this sense of unity and diversification, you need to have some articulation to the landscape. Not only do we believe the density is important, and at a subsequent meeting, as Justin said, we can talk about the concepts and what we can do to create a very nice looking product there to house these people. I think it's important to look at the cost of infrastructure. I don't know the costs of residential. I do strictly with commercial. But it costs a lot less to house a number of people in a dignity care product like what we're trying to do with higher density than it is, I believe, in single family homes. Now, I may be completely off on that, but when you look at the growth of this state and what's going to happen here, really at this intersection with the commercial, with all that we're trying to do to create something very nice for the city, this is one of the last commercial hubs, I think, for West Jordan, one of the last, and it's important to build this tax base. So anyway, I hope I've articulated this to some degree. We live in a linear market right here. We're limited on the west side with the Ochres and the Wasatch Front on the east side right there. And so we're growing north and south. This isn't a Phoenix where it's just sprawl. And at some point, you're going to find your self-development going up and going vertical. And it's just a fact. And I think it's important that we really understand these things, that we design our communities in such a way that we can make it work for everybody and compromise and really understand that we can make it work. Thank you. Thank you.
Tracy Rose, 5438 Bridal Vista Circle. I came out to West Jordan with, I guess, enjoyment of actually having some property that I could actually see, not a building in my backyard. We talked about tonight as residents a compromise. I don't hear that from the developer, willingness to consider. One of the things, we are not opposed to senior housing, but the high density we are opposed to. So if you have a lower density and senior housing, that's great. We are opposed to the high rise, the vista that possibly could be further west. Even you talk about Mountain View Corridor. There's no expectation right now of what's out there because it's open land. So by all means, go further west and make that transition be lower density behind where we live. Thank you.
Sir, you took 3 minutes speaking on this subject.
My name's Jim Lamitz. I reside at 5423 West, Bridal Vista Circle. I've lived in West Jordan pretty much all my life except for 10 years. We have a farm. We farmed most of this ground when I was younger. If I had the foresight then, I would have probably bought the whole 160 acres off of Woods's at that time, and we wouldn't be bothered with things right now because I'd probably still be farming it. But we moved back, and I wanted to raise my family here in West Jordan, and I wanted to have more of a rural feel, and that's why we bought the half acre where we did. And we were under the understanding that there was going to be more homes the same like ours to the west of us. You've heard a lot that we're not opposed to the commercial up by 56, but it's the high density that we're opposed to. I've seen a lot of changes in West Jordan growing up, some good, some not so good, but growth is inevitable, and I understand that. But I do enjoy living in West Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing for item 6F and return to the council for discussion and or motion. Councilmember Anderson.
So maybe staff or Peterson can help me with this. Is the senior housing component owner occupied, or is it rental property? Is it governed by HOA? I don't know who the best person to ask that, or Scott.
Well, I don't want to speak on behalf of the applicant, but to date, we haven't received that level of detail. With the Senior Housing Overlay District, the process moving forward, if the council were to approve that, they would have to go back to the commission and the council with a development plan that would nail down those exact details. So we just don't have those at this point. Correct.
Again, I mentioned we don't have a user right now. The code, I believe, Scott, does go into the detail of the square footage of the units, the maximum square footage of the units, and I don't know about the minimums, but don't have, that would come a development plan. Don't have a user in mind right now. It could be for sale. These assisted living centers, though, I don't know if you'd call them for rent, but I guess cradle to grave, at that point they could be for rent units. It's not my expertise, so to speak.
So you're saying the idea, and I understand this is just rezoning, but the idea is that it would maybe be like an assisted living, so there wouldn't be a lot of cars possibly. It wouldn't be an independent living situation where they would be driving a lot. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I mean, Scott, we provided some photos of some examples of the housing types, if those might be helpful. I think it would be more buses, shuttles, and less car trips. I think that's an accurate statement. That's not the demographic we would be going for.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was, let me jump back to my notes real quick. Ms. Rose, when she made the comment, not opposed to senior housing, opposed to the density. That's really my concern. Can I share my screen again? No, that one's not mine. All right, so is that supposed to be me? So while we're working on that, the transition that I'm worried about is, I'm worried about transitioning from the existing neighborhood to what's been proposed as very high density. Looking at our fun little chart, I agree with most everything that was said this evening. I believe that we are going to continue to see more requests for additional density just because there's only so much land in the valley. So I believe it's even more important for us to make sure that we handle the transitions between property types appropriately and very, very carefully. As we're looking at the densities, very high density could range anywhere from 12 units per acre up to 22. So it's not an automatic, here's 22 units per acre for you. But at the same time, I think even 12 is very, very high when you look at the properties that are adjoining. This is one of the few pockets in West Jordan that still has rural residential half-acre lots, not very, very far from here at all. In fact, just barely up that street, you'll recall we've had a couple rezones where we went to agricultural and downzoned. So this is the current zoning map, and here's the area in question. There's the existing, I believe that's the new Smiths right off of 56 and 78. So you've got these homes that are right up next to it, R112, R112. You go just a little bit higher, you've got all of your half-acre lots right here. So to suddenly jump from here, R112, to 22 units per acre potentially, that's a little bit difficult. I have a little bit easier time going from the commercial to the residential unit that's been proposed for senior housing for the new development, primarily because anybody who moved in would know exactly what they're getting. But here where we're impacting the existing neighborhood, and it's such a drastic difference. I mean, even some of these that are right up against here, you're looking 0.7 acres for a single home. Again, 0.78, right up against something that could potentially be 22 units per acre. That's the part I find difficult to swallow. And although we're not setting a density here, we're setting a future land use designation that will dictate what it would be. So that would say a minimum of 12. This is what's giving me the most pause on this one, that transition between the existing neighborhood and what's been proposed, and I have a real hard time being supportive of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob. Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. So in reviewing this project and looking over that, and I'm very familiar with this area, I've been past that area lots of times, and I like, when I first saw this, I thought, oh, this is good because that is a good buffer. I've worked in senior housing as an electrician, not as a nurse or doctor or something like that, and so when I read the reports from the planning and zoning, there were some concerns about traffic. I thought traffic's really not an issue because when I work in those type of areas, you don't have much traffic in way of that. And then the other concerns I read in there was about looking down in people's backyards. And I thought that's really not a problem either because most generally you have the front of the building facing the street and depending on how far back it is. And the 3 stories isn't really that high. If you go through Daybreak, you'll see 3 stories mixed in with single family homes all over the place there. And those are normal apartments. And I was excited that there wasn't a normal apartment because then it doesn't create the burden it does on our schools like normal apartments do, and it doesn't create the traffic like normal apartments do. And some other people mentioned crime, and I thought, well, crime's really not a problem with senior housing that I've worked in and seen, so I wasn't really concerned about that. But I'm really concerned that so many people are not happy with the idea that's going there. And it really surprised me, so I'm really giving this some second thoughts. But I'm trying to find some good reasons why, other than the building could be, not necessarily will be, but could be 3 stories. And I don't know if that's a good enough reason, so I'm still debating over that, so I'd love to hear some other thoughts. Thank you.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question for staff on this one. Is it possible for us as a council to put a zoning condition on this? Specifically, I'm thinking setback from 5490 West and or building height or stories, that kind of thing. So we could approve an R3 without allowing a 3-story building, for example.
For a standard zone, no, but because this is a special performance-based zone, certainly, yes, you could put a condition of approval on there.
Councilmember Newton.
18 years ago, I sat in this same seat and listened to very similar comments to what I'm hearing. And I know you're afraid of what might occur. At that time, we had a request for apartments on Hahn Lane, which is just west of the golf course there. And the thoughts there were that it's going to destroy the neighborhood, the traffic's going to kill us, et cetera, et cetera. I understand your concerns, but I think there's a lot worse thing that could happen than senior housing. I think we need more senior housing in this city, and I think it's a good use there. So I agree with some of these concerns. I would not like to see 22 units in there per acre, but something a little more reasonable would be very, very acceptable to me. So I would speak in favor of the change.
I agree with those statements that we absolutely do need more senior housing. The baby boomers are reaching that age. I believe that senior housing is the right component for a transitional area. It does not impact our schools like single-family residential does. Traffic is not near the concern with senior family. We do have a cap and grade now, as of 3 years ago, that restricts the uses for multifamily for the first time in West Jordan history, and it also makes the quality of the building materials be at a higher grade. So though 22 units per acre is too much, I certainly believe this is a good transitional fit for an area like this, and where this council has been consistent in wanting more commercial development. We have an opportunity to do that here. It broadens our tax base, makes it easier on all residents, and so I believe that component, coupled with a senior family community, would be perfect for this area. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I agree. There could be a lot worse uses, but I am hesitant on 22 units an acre. But I am curious about what Councilmember Jacob asked staff on conditions, and I realize this is just a rezone. It still has to come before the Council and Planning Commission when they have a final plan. But we could encourage some setbacks, or we could encourage some some modifications so we can kind of find this middle ground that the residents are asking for? Is that is doable?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Jacob.
I had a great question and it just left my mind. Would it be appropriate for me to ask a question to the applicant?
That would be fine.
Justin, if you would. I was just wondering if a compromise may be in order. This is the zoning request is for an R322. We also have R320 and R316 in our code. Would either one of those be amenable, or would that shoot a hole in kind of the value of the property or the potential of selling it to a builder?
The more you bring it down, or bracket it, so to speak, the lower you bracket it, may eliminate some potential suitors that way. A compromise at the R or the 320, possibly. We could certainly live with that. The height, you talk about height conditions or setbacks. The setback that we showed in the exhibits seems to address. We're more open to the setback than the number of stories, maybe capped at 3. I'm just going off the one we did across from Costco in South Jordan. If we didn't do it, we sold it to them, and it's just a fine product. So I would much prefer the setback than capping it at, say, 2 stories. 3 would be more preferable, only because I've seen that one, and it seems to work at that, and it seems to work in their model in pro forma.
Thank you. Well, I've got the floor. Can we pull up the sight line with slide with the those sight triangles and the setbacks? That's the one. Wow, that was fast considering our IT history of the night. This bottom picture here is a lot more acceptable to me than the top one. And I know that if we just rezone without a zoning condition, the top one could go into place. It may or may not, depending on who buys it and how the site plan comes down, et cetera. But if we put a zoning condition that there's a, let's say, 80-foot landscape buffer between the road and the parking area, and we put that in as a zoning condition, I think that would help alleviate, and it would also make a better buffer, I think. We've had a lot of conversations tonight about buffers between the single family residential and the multifamily / commercial residential and commercial zones. And between the single family and the proposed, or the property in question, you will have a 60-foot road and whatever setback is in place between those two. It's 100 feet. It's not, you can cover that with a sand wedge on a good day. But, you know what I'm saying? It's not wide, but if we throw another 80 feet on that, distance-wise, I think you get a nice landscaped area, you get some nice grass in there, or some kind of landscaping. It makes for a nice transition area, almost park-ish kind of area between the road and the houses next to the road, and then the senior housing. That bottom picture is very attractive to me, so that's just a thought that I'm having.
A point of clarification, Scott, I may need your help on this, as we don't have a site plan, but you talk about that 80 foot, just so I'm clear that parking is anticipated to be part of that setback.
Well, it's on the 55 foot on this picture. There's 80 feet, and then there's 55 more of parking area.
Right, okay, and as I get closer, I can be reminded of that. I just wanted to make sure that the 80 feet you weren't counting that, where we were counting it as parking, but no, I see the 55 foot there, so sorry, I'm less familiar. I just saw that the engineer just put out the site plan, and then we're trying to understand the site triangles, and so wanted to clarify that, so thank you.
And if I could clarify as well, so Peterson Development produced both this concept plan and that last site graphic. And that bottom one shows, basically it mirrors what this concept shows from above. So
I will leave my comments there and let other people comment, but I would hope that if and when a motion gets made, maybe we can add that zoning condition in there. It's a topic for discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Nichols.
really quick. I turned it off as fast as I turned it on. Just real quickly on my viewpoint on this. Senior housing overall is good for the city, and I have absolutely zero opposition to the location of senior housing in this plan. I think it is the right place for it. It provides a buffer. The issue for me is density, and the question for me is going from very high density residential to effectively a low density right across the street. I know it is a 60-foot street, which provides a little bit of buffer. So even on that, okay, I'll give you medium density, or very low on the high density side. That's going to be a struggle for me on this one. Anyway, it's just going to be tough for me on that. For me, I like the direction of a lesser dense zoning, whether that be RE20 or something, or these, even the setbacks would help, but the setback isn't addressing my concern, which is the overall density. I just don't think this density is appropriate immediately adjacent to the low-density housing next door. The buffer would help, but I just don't think it's there yet for me.
I'm going to take a stab at a motion, see how it goes. I move that we approve ordinance 17-28 with the zoning condition that the density be R320 SHO, and that the setback mirrors exactly as it is in the packet, with the 60-foot right-of-way road, 80-foot landscape buffer, and 55-foot parking area for the building.
I would second that, just with the clarification that on that setback, that it be 135 feet from the sidewalk to the nearest building, which is what is shown there.
Okay, I'm going to make it 135 feet instead of what I just described. That will be the motion. So we have a motion by Mayor Rolfe, a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion of the motion. David?
Just to clarify, that's 135 feet from the nearest sidewalk.
Yes.
Just to clarify, not the sidewalk across the street.
Yes. Perhaps from the right-of-way would be clear for us, from the right-of-way.
We'll make that by Commissioner second. Okay, the motion. Discussion. Councilmember Jake?
Just for clarification, I think it's important, this ordinance also includes the commercial rezoning. I want to make sure that we're clear that we're approving the commercial rezone as stated in the packet, and the changes in zoning conditions we talked about are only for the residential component of this.
Thanks for that clarification. I can still get it in the motion, but looks for that clarification with those zoning conditions as described.
In that case, I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I believe it's a good compromise. I don't think everybody's going to get everything they want here regardless of what happens, but I think it's probably a good compromise. It's definitely a step in the right direction. Thanks.
That's all.
Councilmember Anderson.
I knew you would call me first. Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Mayor Ralph.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
No.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
Yes.
And Councilmember McConaughey.
No.
Vote passes 5-2.
Public hearing item 6C, receive public input and consider for approval ordinance 17-25 regarding an amendment to the 2009 West Jordan Municipal Code, Title 13, Chapter 5, Section F, Manufacturing Zones, providing additional regulations regarding warehouse, self-service storage in the M1 zone, citywide applicability, City of West Jordan applicant Scott Langford.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this has been brought to you before. As indicated, Community Development Department has seen over the last 18 months or so a huge influx on the storage unit applications, and so the proposal before you tonight is to change the code to place additional restrictions on this particular type of use. It would still be limited to the M1 zone, which is our light industrial zone. It would require conditional use, which is more than what it is right now. And then in addition to a conditional use permit, we're proposing that there's some spacing requirements be placed upon the particular use, similar to other uses that we have in the city that are less productive. From a highest and best land use standpoint, storage units come at the very bottom of the barrel, basically. They don't produce jobs, very little jobs, very low property tax, and minimal sales tax. And so we were concerned that the influx of all of these storage units were occupying our limited resource, which is land in the city. And so we're recommending, as the Planning Commission also recommends, that the council amend the code to require these. This map that you see on the screen shows 3 options: a quarter-mile buffer, half-mile buffer, and a 1-mile buffer. We selected the half-mile buffer and proposed that to the Planning Commission, and they forwarded that same recommendation to the council. But with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I'm sorry, Scott, did you say the Planning Commission recommended the half-mile? The half-mile buffer, yeah.
I'm a bit of a rebel, I think, when it comes to us trying to tell everybody what to do. And so I think sometimes we overthink these things, and by putting something like this in place, we put ourselves in a position of having to change it later because it's something very close or some legitimate reason for doing it elsewhere. So my position is we should leave it alone.
It's my opinion that the self-storage unit should be only on irregular pieces within the city, period. The large developments that have been coming lately on the, like you said, the bottom rung of tax base would be self-storage. And it would be sad to use up our commercial space, our prime commercial space, for that usage. There's a lot of areas where there's triangular-shaped pieces adjacent to power corridors that don't make good living places. There's many places within our city. I agree with Councilmember Newton that I don't know if setting a radius is the right thing to do. But I do know we've had a rush on these, and I'd hate to see those that were before this council long ago that preserve areas for commercial uses that create a large tax base and make it easier on our residents. I hate to see those go to the bottom rung of the ladder, so that would be my opinion. Yeah, that's true. We will now open the item 6C to the public for the public hearing for any public comment. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the opportunity. I will now close the public hearing for item 6C and go back to the council for discussion on Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I am not a fan of regulating business. However, that being said, I do feel that there's a time, manner, and place for pretty much areas that are, I don't really call them industrial in nature, but where they fit, where the right places for them. And I think we should preserve our prime real estate for prime business. And so that's where I'm coming from, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Councilmember Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. I am not opposed to storage units. When we do high density, those people do need storage units. It would be really nice if they just included in the high density, when it has something, which is like what the building said, that was storage units, but that's beside the point. I have used storage units for most of my time I've been here in West Jordan. As a business owner, I've needed storage units in order to operate my business properly. So I see a business component to storage units, making that necessary and more feasible to keep the business here. So I see a need for it, and so I don't want to limit those. And that's what I like about this plan, it's not limiting storage units, it's put it in a conditional, so we have some say over there. And my concern was with the radius. The radius gives us the ability to control it, so I would be in favor of this motion because we can still have storage units, but yet we have some control over it, so that it don't go everywhere. So I would be speaking in favor.
Just to be clear, we don't have a motion yet on the table, but. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I think most of the comments that I would have made have already been said, so I will give back the floor. Thank you.
For me, I don't think I'm quite ready to move on this. I'd like to see a little different language, rather than just radius, and I'd like to tighten the language a lot more. I'd like to hear the opinion of others. Radius takes care of one thing, but doesn't address some of the other items for this. Councilmember McConaughey.
I think I'm ready for a motion then.
That would be in order. You have the floor.
I move that we table this conversation until we meet with the planning commission and discuss this with them.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey and a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion to that motion. Councilmember Burton.
Because this is not putting a ban on storage units, and so let's just work with it, I would speak in favor of the motion that actually does exist.
Good. Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have that meeting coming up next Tuesday. It's on Tuesday. Do we need to make sure that that is up on an agenda topic? Okay. I just want to make sure that it is a topic of discussion for Tuesday. Thank you. I'll be in support.
Let's roll.
Councilmember Newton.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Mayor Roll.
Yes.
And Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
Public hearing item 6D. Receive public input and consider for approval ordinance 17-26, amending ordinance 0134, removing zoning condition number 3 and number 8, CGZC, for property located at 9035 South, 1300 West, Galvanized LLC, John Stevens applicant. Scott.
Thanks. I'll turn the time over to Larry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In 2001, the property in question, this property is an office, and this used to be the former Platinum Car Wash. Surrounding it is the Exxon station on the corner of McDonald's to the east, with 1300 West being this side and 90 South. The property was rezoned to CG in 2001 with the zoning condition that auto repair limited or vehicle repair limited not be allowed at the location. Vehicle repair limited is basic car repair. It is not auto body paint shops. The they don't, it's not engine remanufacturing or transmission shop. And so basically what it would be is removing the condition prohibiting vehicle repair limited. The applicant is interested in purchasing the property and moving his business into West Jordan, but with the zoning condition, he cannot because it's prohibited by ordinance. And as Mr. Langford said earlier, we don't put zoning conditions on standard zones any longer, but we do honor those that came from councils previously, and so that's the reason it's a zone change request, moving those conditions. Staff does not feel there's a large difference between an auto repair and the car wash that was there, that it was there for almost 14, 15 years. There may be others that have a different opinion, but I really don't see the use as being that different than the car wash. I visited the applicant's current operation in Sandy. He runs a clean operation with not a lot of outdoor storage, or it's not junky in appearance by any stretch of the imagination. With that, staff recommends that the City Council approve removing the 2 zoning conditions. Do you have any questions for me?
Check, you're good, David. I will now open the public hearing for item 6D. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the opportunity.
Thank you, Mayor. Wayne Ederhauser, owner and business owner in West Jordan Gateway, the office park that surrounds this area. We've been here in West Jordan now for almost 20 years, invested millions of dollars in the office park there, trying to create a nice professional place to do business here in West Jordan. And we were involved in the zoning of this, or the conditional use, back in 2001. It was put there for a purpose, to protect the professional atmosphere that we have for those offices. And so we'd like it to stay with those conditions. We just feel like that's going to open the door we weren't excited about the car wash at the time. We were successful in getting those conditions in, and we feel like they ought to remain to keep the professional atmosphere that we have there. There's over 100,000 square feet of office in that area, and we don't want it to be diminished in any way. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor Rolfe and fellow council members. I'm John Stevens. I'm the owner of Fresh Tire and Service. And I would just like to comment on the current use of the property and how it will no longer be a car wash. It was acquired by Mr. Car Wash in July of last year. And there were some regulations passed by that particular company which put a standard on all the Mr. Car Washes throughout the country. And it turns out that this property did not meet those standards. So they quickly relocated and purchased another piece of property and are going to enforce basically a deed restriction for no other tunnel car wash to operate out of this space. Now this space was built for cars, and there's really no other use for the space other than to tear it down. We do believe that since we do work on cars, and that we can work on them in an enclosed space, and we can also put the same modern finishes and touches to the building that we did that where we're currently located at on 8584 South, 700 East, that we will be a good fit for this growing population. And in fact, we also provide another unique use in that we also repair diesels and trailers, and you really don't have a lot of specialty sort of repair shops that do that. And I do believe that would accommodate the people and the citizens of West Jordan much better than what it currently sits at. And also, just to, to quote the mayor, that he had comments on his previous agenda with 7000 South, and that is, you want to expand your commercial base. I will be bringing jobs. I will be bringing property taxes and economic development to this area by occupying this space. Otherwise, it'll sit vacant for many years to come. So I do believe that this will align with the city of West Jordan's general plan, and we have no intention of encroaching upon any of these other businesses. But quite honestly, when it was built as a car wash, it was built for vehicles, and that is the intended use that I plan to operate out of in this particular property. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak? I will close the public hearing of item 6D and return to the council. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I appreciate the applicant coming and making the request, helping us understand what's been done before, what the intended use is. I really don't have any concern with what the applicant has proposed as far as cleanliness of the site and things of that nature. I do have a little bit of concern about inviting the diesels and the trailers over into this area. That's kind of what tripped the alarm bell for me. As Mr. Niederhauser spoke about the development as a whole, well, quite frankly, our pediatrician's office is right there, and one of the reasons we chose that site was because of the location and the professional environment. So I can understand where Mr. Niederhauser is coming from as well. At this point, I would be hesitant to deviate from those restrictions that were placed out there, just because a number of folks have made significant investments in choosing their locations. You've got the Home Builders Association right there. You've got a number of other professional buildings just to the east out of the picture. They made the decision based on what the zoning was, based on what the actual use was. I don't believe it would be fair to them to go back and change the game on them. Again, going back to the applicant's comments, no slight against him. If we were guaranteed that he would own the property and maintain it in perpetuity, I probably wouldn't have too much concern with it, other than maybe some small things with the diesels and the trailers that could be worked out. But as was noted, this property's changed hands a few times, and if we remove those restrictions, then anybody who comes in the future would no longer be held to those restrictions and could do whatever is allowable. So I'm very hesitant to remove those restrictions. So at this time, I'm not able to support a change there. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, I used the Platinum Car Wash when it was there frequently, and my pediatrician is also in that neck of the woods. However, I always felt that the car wash didn't really fit because it's office buildings and things like that. So I am struggling a little bit with this. I do appreciate the applicant, and I do appreciate bringing jobs and turning a dark building into a lighted building. I just have to work through this, and so that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Newton.
I was trying to decide whether to speak on this or not. Certainly one alternative for the offices there is to buy that property and do with it as they see fit. I would probably support this change because I've seen a number of operations, automotive, that are very, very well taken care of and do a good job. So I'm hesitant to say you can't do this here.
Councilmember McConaughey.
I was prepared to make a motion if there were no other comments.
That would be in order.
Okay. So, trying to figure out how to say this appropriately. In my opinion, I do not believe that criteria number 2 is met, where it says the proposed amendment will result in compatible land use relationships and does not adversely affect adjacent properties. I do not agree with the finding in the staff report, and based on that criteria not being met, I move to deny ordinance 17-26.
Councilmember Burton.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion of the motion. I'm concerned personally about how long this building is going to sit vacant and how much we already see down 90th where we have vacant buildings, what they've turned into. Seems like the applicant is a similar business to a car wash, maybe even superior to a car wash, in my opinion. I used to use that car wash all the time too. I was sad when it closed. He did a great job. So I think I will be voting against this motion. Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of going back and forth on this one as well, like a lot of us are. A car wash seemingly makes sense in that it's behind a gas station. The gas station apparently does have a car wash. But car wash and gas station goes together like, peanut butter and jelly. That said, an auto repair place or like a Jiffy Lube or an oil change place also goes with a gas station, kind of like peanut butter and jelly. So I can see kind of the plus side of that. However, I was looking at the aerial photo, and I don't know how long the applicants owned the property on 700 East, but the aerial photo of that's on Google Maps, I don't think is very old. And there's a lot of cars behind the building, and my issue with that, and that often happens with auto dealer or auto repair places, right? You come in, you need your head gasket redone. It takes a few days. Your car's going to be there for a few days. They've got to park it somewhere. This particular property doesn't have a back door. It doesn't have a back lot. The back lot opens into the professional office parking. It opens onto the McDonald's. I've used that back driveway to get in and out of the McDonald's and the gas station and the car wash and the office buildings that are behind there a lot. This one doesn't quite fit, in my opinion. It's close, but I think I'll be in favor of the motion. Thanks.
I had one question for staff. They wouldn't be able to store outside without some kind of opaque fence in the storage area. That's by ordinance, right?
We don't have that type of outdoor storage provision in a CG zone, so they could not fence it off and do that. Everything that was under repair would either have to be stored in their parking lot, as Councilmember Jacob said, for a very temporary period of time, 3 or 4 days, or inside one of the buildings. And so there wouldn't be a fenced off storage area. I think there's cross-access easements anyway through that all through that parking lot, because I've driven through there also. I think one clarification is the applicant said diesel. I don't think he tends to work on semis. I think he meant diesel vehicles, so it's just pickups and that type of things. That's what he's related to me anyway, but not semis. So.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask one quick question. I don't want to make a decision based on a Google Maps photo that I can't date. But what you're saying is in this zone, you could not put up a fence, so you can still park vehicles if he's working on a head gasket or something.
On the parking lot, yes.
So just park in the parking
Yes.
fence it in.
No, we don't allow fencing of that type in a CG zone. Yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
So quick clarification, going along with not working on semi type of diesel, does that mean diesels and trailers not working on?
I think you could probably get the applicant to clarify what he means by trailers. I don't think it's semi-trailers. I think it's.
I would appreciate the clarification. I know we've got a lot of issue with semis and trailers parking overnight in places right in that area where they shouldn't be anyway, so I would be really leery about bringing that in here.
Yes, Councilman McConaughey, we are not working on large, big rigs. We're just working on the normal Cummins, Power Stroke, diesels that are everywhere on the road. And as far as for the trailers, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, actually, no, I mean, yeah, exactly, toy haulers. But really, we also have that large portion of the tunnel that we're going to leave open for trailer repair. And we really don't do a lot of trailer repair, but we feel like once we move into this area that we could do that. So I just want to emphasize that diesel is more so our emphasis, but we do intend to use that tunnel if we do want to do some repairs on trailers in there. To be full disclosure, I may have painted the wrong picture by saying that we're working on 18-wheelers. Nothing of that nature at all. This is strictly stuff that's like, you know.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, thank you.
One other thing is that vehicle repair limit specifically prohibits semi repair also. So.
Let's vote.
Just to clarify the motion. So the motion, just to clarify, the motion was a motion to deny, so a yes vote says no.
Councilmember McConaughey. Aye. Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
No.
Mayor Rolfe.
No.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
No.
Vote passes 4-3.
Public hearing, item 6E, receive public input and consider for approval ordinance 17-27 regarding a future general plan land use amendment for 8.3 acres from community commercial to light industrial use and rezone from SC2 shopping center, community shopping center zone to M1 light manufacturing zone for property located at 5701 West, 7800 South, Link Storage, WJC Warren Kirk applicant. Scott?
Thanks, Mayor. Council, I'm going to turn the time over to Larry for a brief summary of this request.
The property that Peterson Development owns is, well, they own a portion of this property and they're looking to repurchase some of the property that was sold by UDOT, or to UDOT, from UDOT, is located in the Highlands development. Now, first of all, the Highlands does not allow industrial type uses, so if this zone map amendments are to prevail, then the applicant will be coming back to amend the Highlands master plan and take these properties out of the Highlands. That clarification being made. This property on the map is right now is zoned SC2, which is a commercial zone that allows all types of retail and commercial uses. However, it is sandwiched between a high density or a transmission power corridor and a very large gas transmission corridor line. So the available building site is basically on a triangle about like that, as you'll see earlier, you'll see in a subsequent slide. There's a substation right here, that the transmission line feeds. Of course, the new Maverick is on this corner. Down in this area is where the view at 5600, where the new apartment complex will be built. The applicant is wishing to rezone this to build self-storage units. And as you can see, this is a site plan for the storage units. There'll be buildings on the property that they are able to use that is outside of the power easement corridor, and then they will have parking underneath the power easement. Peterson is wanting to leave this area as potential retail development, the portion right adjacent to 7800 South. So really, the storage units will be tucked behind a retail development and between a major utility corridor and right next to a freeway in this triangular piece of property. This is roughly how the development will sit. And so what the applicant is asking for is a land use map to light industrial, and the zoning map to be changed to M1, which will allow storage units in there. And as I've said, if that's approved, they will come back at a subsequent meeting and remove the property from the Highlands master plan development. Peterson owns all of this property with, aside from the portion they have under contract with UDOT, they own everything around it. So they're not impacting any neighbor's property, they're just impacting themselves. However, they don't see this as an impact, they see it as one of the only uses for the property. Do you have any questions from me?
Questions? Thanks, Larry. We'll open the public hearing for item 6E. If you're here to speak on this item, now would be the opportunity. Seeing no one, we'll close the item for 6E. We'll return to the council. The public hearing for 6E. Return to the council. Councilman McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. In this case, I tend to agree with what's been presented. As we look at the other uses for what can be put on a property right between a highway and a power corridor, I don't even think you could get high-density multifamily even if you wanted it in there. And I know, A, we don't. B, with that road on the highway, I don't think it's a good idea. That said, in light of the hour, I'm ready to make a motion.
You have the floor.
So I move that we approve ordinance 17-27.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion to the motion? Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean by there's a proper time, proper place for this type of development, so I'll be supportive.
Let's go.
Mayor Rolfe,
Yes.
Councilmember Newton,
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Burton,
Yes.
and Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
We need a motion to continue item 6G until June 14, 2017.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, second by Councilmember Nichols. Discussion of the motion? Councilmember Nichols.
Just one question. On the 14th, we're going to be doing budget. Maybe we have to move this to the second meeting in June, possibly. I'm not sure. I'll look at you guys.
That might be a good idea. Can we continue it that far?
Yes, that's totally fine. We'll have another cemetery amendment coming with that too, so I'm fine with that.
Would you amend your motion? motion by Councilmember McConaughey, second by Councilmember Nichols. Discussion of the motion. Councilmember McConaughey.
Definitely. We will be getting rather close to due date for babies, so I'll just warn out that there's a possibility the further we get along this summer, there's a higher possibility that I may not be able to make it. So we may be down, I believe there was another council member who might not be able to be there, so we might be down to 2.
Take our chances. If it passes. Let's vote.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton. Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
And Mayor Ball.
Yes.
Bill passes 7-0.
We still have 4 items remaining, business items. I hope we can get through them quick, but would somebody make a motion for a brief?
So moved.
A motion by Councilmember McConaughey, and second by Councilmember Anderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes carried. 5 minutes, please.
How are you? Good. Mike Batt. Nice to meet you. Yeah, no, it's been pleasant.
Business item 7A, presentation and review of the Jordan Valley Transit-Oriented Development Tax Credit Housing Proposal. Scott?
Yes, Mayor. The applicant is here, Mike Batt, and he's prepared to show the council a brief presentation.
Brief being the operative word, right? I think everybody's ready to call it a night. So thank you, Mayor and council members, for taking a few minutes. My hope tonight, very briefly, is to give you a quick introduction into who we are, the context kind of behind why we're here, and then answer any questions you may have. And so hopefully I can do that in short order. Yeah, do I do something to get it up? Okay. So really quickly, our entity is an organization in Gardner Bat. We actually have an office here in West Jordan. Just for context sake, we've developed just over 1.5 million square feet in the last 4 years, totaling cost of about $300 million. We're long-term owners. Everything we've built, we own. We haven't sold any assets that we've developed. We manage about 1 million square feet. Our tenants include Ancestry.com, Exactware, Aquatherm, Cascada Harris, Harmons. We've done a number of different developments. We're in the process right now of developing 114 acres in Lehi, Utah, where we've done 2 office buildings. We have another 800,000 square feet of office to do, and we just finished a 250,000 square foot retail center. So we've done a fair amount of development. We've worked very closely with a number of cities. Happy to provide any references. I have a couple pictures of some developments we've done. Harmons, we've done a 1,000-bed student housing project. So from a development perspective, we've kind of dabbled in a number of different uses. On this particular project, we have partnered with an architect named WOW. They are currently doing work for Airbnb. They're doing work for YouTube. They're doing work for Facebook. And so we feel like we have a great team that's come at this, and we're very excited to be here in West Jordan. We've found it to be a great city. We've worked closely with the staff and enjoy working with them. I wanted to talk, this is a tax credit project as the agenda states, and so I wanted to give a little context into the process that we've gone through to get to here. So in the process, we went through the process of identifying multiple sites. We identified 4 or 5 different sites. We went through site due diligence. As part of that site due diligence, the state requires that we come to every city and get a confirmation letter that our use and our plan is consistent with the zone and consistent with any other agreements that are in place. And so back in September of last year, we came to the city, we showed them our site plan, we talked about the use that we were doing, told them exactly what we were doing, and said, hey, our intent is to submit this to the state of Utah for a tax credit project, and requested and paid the fee and requested a letter stating that this use would be consistent with the plan. We received a letter from West Jordan back in September, and I've just highlighted the point that I think was most relevant to us. We actually had an initial letter that came from the city that said we were consistent with zoning. We sent it to the state. The state said, yeah, where there's an underlying development agreement, we need you to also confirm that this is consistent with the development agreement. So we received a letter that says Okra Flats multifamily development is a permitted use within the zone and TSOD overlay and is consistent with the approved Jordan Valley TOD development plan, provided that the development does not exceed the approved density and complies with all applicable city and state ordinances. So we went through that process, and then the way that it works is we submitted it in October, and the state goes through a fairly extensive review process. So it was submitted to Utah Housing. They go through, they review all of the various different projects. They come back in December, I think December 21st this year, and they award the projects to the various different groups that have submitted projects. And so we were submitted a project, or we had submitted a project, we were awarded a project, and we were actually, and there's a slide just after this, but we were the #1 ranked site in the whole state of Utah for 2017 based on our prior experience, the design of the building, conceptually, the layout of the building, the amenities we provided, our prior experience, a number of different factors. At that point, they kind of release the horses and say, hey, go to work and get this project off the ground. They allocate the tax credits to it. We have American Express as a partner, HUD's a partner. Olene Walker has put up funds. The Salt Lake County Home Funds have put in dollars. Utah Housing Corporation obviously is very vested in making sure that the project proceeds. Our partnership and UTA fits within their TOD objectives. So we kind of hit the ground running. We sat down and scheduled a meeting with the city once we were awarded the credits, and started the normal development process that we would. And as we started to meet with staff, as we met with the mayor, we sensed a little resistance and wanted to, before we went down the path, obviously based on the letter and some of the things we've done today, we've spent probably about $250,000 to go through design and due diligence and all the various different factors. And before we spend more money and go down the path, we wanted to give you an opportunity to ask questions and understand what concerns, if any, you may have. Here's a quick picture of the overall site plan in question, our site being the one in the bottom left-hand corner. Here's a quick layout of our site plan. There's 96 total units in this project. 29 of them are market rate units, 67 of them are affordable tax credit units. And then just for context, I think there's sometimes a little stigma that's associated with some of these tax credit projects. So we went through and with our architect identified several projects that we liked that were tax credit projects, and I think there's been a huge upgrade in the last 5-10 years to the style and design. So we identified a couple that we liked the design and would anticipate, in addition to complying with the city ordinances, that we try to design something that, we're going to own this for the next 20, 30 years. We want to make it consistent with the other projects there and consistent with the overall plan. So thank you very much. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have and hopefully have a candid conversation so we can figure out how to proceed.
Just a clarification, I only had concern about the total density on the entire project area. That was my concern.
Right, with the development agreement, some of the issues are.
Changes that have happened in the development.
Yeah, understood.
Councilmember Burke.
Thank you, Mayor. What are the qualifications for someone to have one of the units where they are assisted? In other words, what do you have to do to qualify for lower rent?
So you go through a normal underwriting process just like any other housing individual would. So we vet them. What they benefit from is they get a reduced rent based on their income in relation to the average median income in the area. And so, we'll underwrite. We have to make sure they have a job. They have to be able to pay the rent that's specified. For a 4-person family, that equates to 2 people working full-time making $9 to $10 an hour. So it's really workforce housing. It's housing, whether they're people that work at the hospital, whether they're people that work in fast food, people that are in transition that need, some assistance from a housing perspective. In our business that we run here in West Jordan, I think I have multiple people that would fit into this category that need housing and good housing. And where there's market mixed in, one of the things that the state's really focused on is, well, let's mix in market rate housing so that the project only works as the market rate stays full. And so it's in our best interest to make sure that the property is maintained. It'll have a pool, it'll have amenities, it'll have to be kept up so that we can continue to rent the market rate units as well. I don't know if that answered your question or not.
That did, but I have another question now.
Yeah.
Those pictures that you showed, they look nice. Are any of those your properties?
No, so these are all affordable projects, so that, and the way that it's structured, with the credits that are given, the intent is that you can build a market rate product and operate it as a market rate product, but allow people to live there that can't afford a $2 square foot rent in downtown Salt Lake. They can live in a market rate product without having an income that supports a market rate product. And that's the intent. The way the credits are structured, they give you enough dollars to build something that would be consistent with, these are projects, this one is in Salt Lake, some of these others are in other markets, but that's the concept.
But none of those are yours?
No.
Do you have some that are subsidized that you have built yourself?
No, so we do not currently have any affordable housing units, so we partnered with Tammy Clark, and she's here with me tonight. She's been doing affordable housing units for the last 12 years. Very capable, very knowledgeable from a management perspective, knows the ins and outs, and she can speak much better to the nuts and bolts of it, and has managed them historically. So we've primarily been Class A office buildings, in retail buildings, industrial. We have done some student housing, but this is our first foray into affordable under the Gardner BAT, not counting Tammy's expertise.
With this being your first one, that you're going to assure us that you'll own them for 20, 30 years?
Yeah, you're required to own them for a 15-year minimum time period.
I see. Thank you.
So.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. First question, can this presentation be made available to the recorder before you leave?
Sure. I think Scott's got it.
Thank you. You asked for candid conversation, to be quite candid. At this point, I wouldn't be able to support anything primarily because of lack of information. Nothing was included in the packet, so walked into this rather blind and hearing something for the first time 4.5 hours into a meeting.
I hear you.
Question my judgment on new items that haven't been previously contemplated. So I'd love to get that information, look over it, and if there's questions, perhaps contact you a little bit later.
Yeah, that's fine. I think our primary issue is we're into this a lot of money based on a letter we received from the city saying, go for it. And we've tried to be very transparent. It's not like we've tried to sneak this in under the radar. We came, we sat down with city, we've had multiple conversations, and so we're trying to be transparent and forthright in what we're trying to accomplish, and hopefully the city respects the position we're in. We're getting a lot of pressure from HUD and Utah Housing. The city submitted a grammar request to the state, which has kind of heightened and I think had a conversation with the state requesting that they rescind our credits. And as a result of that, the state is now saying what's going on. And, we're getting a lot of pressure from all the various different stakeholders, the Aline Walker Fund and HUD saying, why isn't this going forward? So we're just trying to keep the project moving forward.
May I ask a question?
Please.
You indicated the city provided a letter of support. Can you provide that letter back to us? I'm not sure which letter you're referring to.
Yeah, the one I put in there, and I'm happy to email it back, or I've got a copy here with me that I can provide to you if that's helpful. You can have this if you'd like. I've got a couple copies.
If I could also, Mayor, just since this is public record, I'm aware of that letter that Mike is alluding to. It came from our office, but I do want to provide some clarity that was a general, statement. The person who produced that did not have a specific site plan to say, yes, you can go ahead. As you know, that TOD is very specific with the approvals. And with the adoption of the 1,396 units in that TOD, there was a preliminary development plan that was approved. This map shows the placement of this proposed housing development where the development plan approved a 3-story medical office building. And so it's definitely not up to staff to just give a green light. This would be something that the city council would have to consider to go ahead and amend that development plan to move forward. So I just wanted to put that on the record that yes, that letter was produced from my office, but it did not consider the site specificity as shown here on that slide.
Though I do believe we did bring in a site plan and showed it on the screen and with all of the staff there and reviewed it. So I think in that context, I think we at least proceeded under the understanding that there wasn't any caveats in the letter that said, but this. It said it conforms with the development plan, and that's the pretext, I guess, under which we proceeded. So I guess we're just requesting a somewhat expeditious process to proceed forward, given the pressure that we're getting from all the various different stakeholders. So I know it's late, so I don't mean to take any more time than we already have.
Oh, that's good. We need to have the information. You and I have spoken.
Yeah.
And expressed my concerns.
Yeah.
It's certainly nothing to do with this product or any of the development. It's just a large development, a lot of density, and we're not sure exactly where that is at this point.
Understood. I think our request would be is we're coming in early prior to hitting any density caps, and so the hope is we can move forward. But I understand your comments. So
I just want to make it clear, this is a letter signed by an assistant planner who does not have the authority or the authorization to speak on behalf of the city. So if you're capturing this letter as somehow an endorsement from West Jordan, that's not a fair characterization.
So I guess my question was, because we came forward and paid a fee to the city to provide a letter of confirmation, and I guess I don't in my seat know who at the city can sign a letter or not sign a letter. We paid a fee and the city provided a letter.
The letter provides direction, and that's all it does. It's not an endorsement.
Right, but it provides direction in context of that it is consistent with the development agreement, or that it confirms with the development agreement and the zoning.
But again, you're capturing, they made a statement here tonight that this is an endorsement. It is not.
Okay.
I don't want you to have the illusion that it is in some way an endorsement. It is not.
Okay. I realize that we still have to go through the regular development process. I guess just from our perspective, we came forward in good faith, told you exactly what we were doing, showed a plan to the city, and requested that we be given confirmation that it conformed with the development agreement and the zoning, and received such, have submitted the plan to the state. They have that based on the plan and the letter from the city, have awarded these credits, and now we find ourselves kind of in the middle of, I guess I don't know what else I would have gotten from the city through this process to tell me don't proceed.
My only question, I guess this is for our council, is in the development agreement, the preliminary or the approved development agreement, it had a commercial site of some type on it at this location. So I don't know how we got from there to a housing, 96 units, I believe.
Right.
That's the problem that I have.
I understand the problem.
It's globally for this project. It's not specifically
Right.
At you, but
Right.
I believe, I don't want to give you, any indication at this point.
Understood.
See it. I just wanted the council to be able to hear the discussions you and I have had.
Right.
You've had discussions with several members of the council, right?
No, just you and Councilman Burton when we talked, and that I'd reached out, and I'd happy to discuss with anybody. I mean, we're trying to be fully transparent. We just need to get direction because the clock's ticking. We've got a lot of pressure saying, hey, the state's allocated all these resources. What are you doing? Why are you sitting around? What's going on? You have a letter saying go for it. And we're just trying to, I don't know if there's another mechanism we should have received. We got everything that we felt like we could have received. And
I think we owe you an answer, about where the city stands on
Right.
it. Because you're not really involved in what was approved long ago.
Right.
I mean, I was on the council, Councilmember Nichols was on the council when this project was approved, and it's not similar to what was
Right.
approved back then. And we owe you that. I would advise the council to allow our staff to work through this and get back to you expeditiously.
yeah, that's fine.
Unless somebody else has a comment.
And just to make sure everybody's clear, we're independent of Boulder. We're looking to purchase this property. We have it under contract, so we're not associated with them anyway. We came, put it under contract, and kind of went through the process independently. So
I understand.
just to make sure everybody's clear on that.
We'll make sure the staff and the everyone that's involved.
Okay.
We owe you an answer.
Yeah, appreciate your help.
We'll allow our staff to work through it and get that to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
Business item 7C, discussion and possible action regarding ordinance 17-29, amending the 2009 West Jordan Municipal Code, Title IV, Business and License Regulations, adding food truck licensing and regulations to the City of West Jordan City Code. David.
Thank you, Mayor. The ordinance is in reflection to the exact sort of discussion we had earlier tonight, addressing those food trucks that are coming into our community. So every municipality is having to address the state code requirements now required of municipalities. This is a reflection of that. I would indicate to the council, in light of the language that reflects fees for vendor license or secondary vendor license, we'll probably have to go through here and just clean that up, but otherwise it's an ordinance here in the city to comport with Utah state law now.
Councilmember Connie.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions, rather I'm ready to make a motion.
You have the floor.
So I move to approve ordinance 17-29 with the changes that references to license become permit, similar to what we did previously, and any other way around it. And references to the fees, rather than any statement of a fee, will just reference back to the city fee schedule, the approved fee schedule.
Councilmember Burton.
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember McConaughey, a second by Councilmember Burton. Discussion of the motion. Let's vote.
Councilmember Burton,
Yes.
Mayor Ron,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob,
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey,
Aye.
Councilmember Newton,
Aye.
Councilmember Nichols,
Yes.
and Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
Business item 7D, discussion and possible action regarding a possible change in the assessment of the city's street light fee. Councilmember Burton.
I'll attempt to be brief as well. This is moving the fee for the streetlights from our water bill, and they'll put it so it comes out of the general fund. I played with the idea of doing away with the enterprise fund, but as I reviewed that some more, as I spoke with other council members, I think it's a good idea to keep it in an enterprise fund so we can see exactly how much money we have going to take care of the streetlights. So the real change that I would like to see happen is that money taken off the water bill, pulled out the general fund, and we can discuss the amounts another time when we do our budget. So I made some adjustments on the budget, so I got in there to adjust those expenses. So we can leave that off today, so it saves some time and not worry about those dollar amounts. And then I want to make this revenue neutral, so that the changes on the property tax would equal the exact same amount that we have been collecting on our fees, so that there is no change in funding.
David, briefly.
Just for clarification, because there is the change in the taxation, you would have to have a truth in taxation hearing and just explain your intent. But I suspect you knew that.
That would be correct. So if this passes, I would want to schedule that for our next council meeting so we can have it done in time for our budget.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any opposition to moving from a fee to including this with property tax. Frankly, I think that's the right thing to do, since it's not really something that you can adjust. It'd also be nice to be able to, when you file your own taxes, if you itemize, be able to claim that deduction rather than have to pay tax on what is essentially another tax. So I'm in favor of that. That said, I would point out that there's very strict language from the state as to how that gets advertised. We bring in roughly $12.3 million from property tax. We would be raising that amount by roughly $700,000, which is what comes in from the streetlight fee. This will be advertised to the residents as roughly a 5.6% property tax increase. That's just ballpark math. I conferred with Eric Oakland earlier, and exact numbers would be coming later. But just to give you an idea, because come January, I would like to be the only one on this dais who had not just been through a campaign. We might want to give that some consideration. The other thing that I would point out, Councilmember Burton suggested that you mentioned that you like how it appears right now because we can see exactly what's going in and what's going out, or at least in theory. I'll save my more in-depth conversation, or my more in-depth comments when we have the budget conversation. But if you go and look at the streetlight fund right now, it just shows the $700,000 coming in from the fee, and then it shows what's being expended on electricity and equipment. Previously, this goes back about a year and a half, we approved the hiring of 2 additional electricians to help speed the installation process. We gave direction that that was to be paid for out of the savings from the streetlight fee. Those 2 positions do not show up in that streetlight fee, so we do not see those salaries. They're included elsewhere. The other thing that you don't see is the $3+ million portion of the bond that's being that is used for the streetlights. You don't see that bond payment in the budget under the streetlight fee. That's an additional $245,000, give or take. It doesn't show up as an expenditure. If we did see everything right now, not including the electrician jobs, just including the bond payment and the cost of electricity, we're in the red by about 3%. We're spending 3% more on streetlights than we're bringing in, not counting those electrician jobs. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I very much appreciate the move towards additional transparency. I want to make sure everything's properly accounted for. I do question the feasibility of doing what would be viewed as a 5.6% property tax increase. So, thank you.
Councilman Burton.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman McConaughey is correct. Those numbers don't add up that are in there now. And that's why I said I'll just hold off on that part until we do our budget meeting, because they do need some work and some adjustments. We can see where they are. As I attempt to get that, I was told about $10,000 of that is not from fees, which would leave $690,000, which is, but I would like to see the better numbers. And then, as you mentioned, the bond and the other expenses that come from that, in addition to the electricians and other things as well. And then we can discuss how much money we have left over for doing additional streetlights, so we can see what we actually are, and how much we need to bring in there to the streetlights. But I'll cut that for another time.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, would it be wiser to maybe, and I don't know the timeline, but would it be wiser to do this after we've had time to review the budget so we know more in line where we're at, and if there's any other adjustments to rates and fees? But I don't know what the timeline is. Would it be better to do this next meeting or after we've got a budget in place so we kind of know what our numbers are? I mean, I'm in support of moving. I'm just wondering if now's the best time or wait till we have ideas, because I know we all have ideas on what we want to do with the budget.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I can speak to some of that, and our clerk might be able to help us out a little bit. Yes, it would be better, in my opinion, to wait a little bit. From a calendar perspective, I don't believe we can. We have to have a truth and taxation hearing that occurs, is it the second meeting in June? Sometime the last half of June is when that truth and taxation hearing has to happen. We have to give plenty of public notice prior to that happening, which means we need to know pretty much today if we want staff to proceed with noticing a potential, what will be advertised as a property tax increase. So I think that's what Councilmember Burton is asking for. Do we want to proceed down the road of giving staff direction to start the process for a truth and taxation hearing? We do have a couple weeks to get all the information together, saying exactly what would it be, but do we want to tell them to go that route? So yes, we kind of have to take action tonight.
Eric? Just to clarify on the truth and taxation, what will need to happen if we do intend to move to a property tax funding for this, we would declare our intent to have the truth and taxation hearing prior to June 21st, and the adoption of the budget and the truth and taxation hearing would occur sometime in August. As some of you may remember in the past, when we've increased the property tax, it shifts the whole process back by approximately 2 months.
It's my opinion that I don't want to mess with this at this point in time. There's still a question as to 3 years ago, the council then surplus fund balance limit, and then we went ahead and borrowed the $2.5 million on the bond anyway, so I don't know where the $1 million went that we moved, so there's a lot of discussion that has to happen before I would be willing to make this bold of a move. So that would be my opinion. Councilor Evans?
The timing is not an issue for me because it's either right or it's not, and to have something that we can't control as a fee bothers me immensely. So if it's revenue neutral, if we're just moving it from one place to another, that shouldn't be a problem. And then that becomes tax deductible on our federal income tax, which is a much better situation than for a lot of us and for anyone else. It's no worse than where they're at. So I would be in favor of moving as quickly as we can.
I don't think that the $1.74 a month amounts to very much tax per person, per individual, amounts to very much tax savings in a calendar year. So I don't think it has to be done expeditiously. That we're talking, what, $15 a year or something like that. That's not much tax deduction for an individual. That would be my opinion. Councilman Jacobs.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I would probably know the answer to this 4 hours ago, but I'm really foggy. If this is coming out of the property tax on the general fund, on any given person, it's more of a proportional tax, right? And the more expensive your house is, the more proportionally you're going to be paying of the streetlight fund than the guy who lives in the one-bedroom, whatever. Right? So this makes it less of a regressive tax and more of a fairish tax as far as that goes, rather than a flat fee. It's proportional. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure I had that right. I'm not sure if we're going to have a motion or anything tonight, but just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Actually, if you put it on the tax rolls and you have a more expensive house, it's less of a percentage overall than if you have a smaller, less expensive house, because it's scattered over if it's based on the valuation of your house. It's less of a percentage, but no, if you move it to a 10, it's currently a fee, equal fee to everyone in the city. So, but if you're going to move it to a tax and trying to look at it from a tax savings, something to offset your income, property tax is going to make it smaller increment on the larger one, very small. But do you, I guess the question for Councilmember Burton, do you feel like we need to move on this before June 21st? Councilmember Burton?
The answer is yes, I would like to do that and go ahead and move on now. In answer to Councilman Jacobs' answer, if we raise it a percentage, then your percentage on a more expensive house, you would pay more dollars than that. So it's like that. Yeah, and the same with businesses. Businesses, we pay more than the residents as well. And most likely, they will pay larger to almost always the property tax. So I would like to make a motion that we direct staff to schedule a truth and taxation hearing for the purpose of moving the streetlight fees from the water bill to a property tax.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Burton, a second by Councilmember Newton. Discussion of the motion? Councilmember Anderson?
I'm supportive of the concept. The thing and it's just my finance background, but the thing I worry about is we're doing this before we have the budget in place, the arts facility. I know we're putting a bond out for the wrapping it around the budget cycle to me is early, but I'm supportive of the concept. That's just my background, I guess, so thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be opposed to the motion of doing it this year, not because it's an election year. Thank you for bringing that up. I agree with Councilmember Newton. If it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do. However, it does not mean it's the right thing to rush into. I think it needs study a little bit more. I have said in the past that I wouldn't vote for a property tax increase that wasn't discussed for a considerable period of time. And so rather than rush this through, and I agree in concept. I think in concept you're right. It doesn't belong as a fee. It belongs in the general fund or coming out of the taxes the way most city services do. It's a service. It's not a commodity. It's not something you can buy. So I'm in favor of the concept. I'm not in favor of the timing in this case. And again, not because it's an election year. However, because it's it just wishful.
Let's vote.
Councilmember Anderson.
It's always these tough ones. Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
No.
Mayor Rolfe.
No.
Councilmember Nichols.
No.
Councilmember Byrd.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Vote passes 4-3.
Business item 7E, discussion and possible action regarding directing staff to allocate certain funds for the construction of a cultural arts facility. This is my item. I'll be very brief. A land sale that will be going through very quickly now, as I understand it, generates about 3.4 million. We know that we could place the Olaf building up for sale for somewhere near $1.5 million. Post-construction is what I would propose. I would like to see if this council would support directing staff that we hold on to the $3.4 million from the land sale, dedicate it to the building of a cultural arts facility in the location that's been selected in the city park. Immediately move to use the remaining portion of the $250,000, which in my opinion will design the final building plans from the concept plans. I think there was about 15,000, Chris, is that right? Used
12 to 15.
So 15,000, so at least 235,000 left to go from concept to final drawings. I believe that's plenty to do that. That should leave approximately $5 million to build construction. I know we've submitted on for the county for money. We'll know in the fall what we'll get from that. If we ended up having to take out a bond for a portion of that because we didn't receive funds from the county, we could certainly do a bond for a couple $1 million to finish the project. So that's what my opinion is. I'd like to hear from the rest of the council. Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking for a little clarification. Was that an opinion or a motion? Because
There's no motion. I want discussion first. That's in my opinion, what we should do, but I want it, after discussion, I'd like to move to that motion.
I very much agree. I would have seconded it had it been a motion. With the money already in hand for the design, I would have liked to have seen us already moving forward with that. We've tried on a number of times to take steps to construct the building, and for 20 years this has gone on. when we look at the value of the property that we already have, we look at, I believe it was 8.8 million is what came back in the design, or in the concept plan saying this is what it would cost to build. That included the value of the property, so we could deduct that. We can also deduct a fair amount of work that will be done by staff and with our own, staff that will help contribute to the project as well. I think with the airport property and the Selby Olaf building, we would be able to almost completely fund the building without anything from the county. I would like to see us move forward as if those county funds were not going to come. And consequently, I would rather move forward expeditiously rather than wait, because I would like to move forward regardless of what happens with the county. That said, I fully anticipate we'll be getting an award from the county, and then we can use that to reimburse those funds and discuss how those things will be used at that time. But I would be in favor of moving expeditiously. As far as timeline, if we could have final designs by this fall, I would love to see us break ground before, be ready to break ground. If not, start during the winter when construction slows down, and hopefully the construction economy is a little bit more mild. But absolutely, it's first thing after the spring thaw. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Newton.
I agree with both of you, thank you.
Councilmember Nichols.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I don't mean to put Mr. Palish on the spot, but I actually had this agenda item a couple months ago, but the city manager asked me to pull it because he had other options for funding. He says, I have full confidence we'll be able to find some funding without having to formalize it. So I just wanted to put you on the hot spot here because I didn't give any precursor. What we talked about, does it differ at all with what we've been discussing here? In your plan, when we talked about it back then?
We're looking at the sale of the property as a backup. But we might start to give the RFP to design the building. And moving forward, our timeline is to have the design done and actually at the end of the year, at the time when we probably receive funds from the county, we'd also have the funds hopefully set to do it, both ways. You would have the RFP to actually build the building down in the late fall, winter, which is the best time to be setting out to start the actual construction in the first day in the spring.
So if I heard you correctly, we're already moving in that direction. The plan was already to use the sale of these properties for the art facility. Is that correct?
That's right. I had in mind, but that is.
Okay, we just didn't formalize it.
No, we didn't have the sale of the property until the last council meeting. We consummated that sale and approved that sale last council meeting, so I don't know how that could have been in plan prior to that.
Well, that's the only
But it
reason.
doesn't matter.
That's the only reason we just pulled it. I just want to make sure that we're all kind of working in concert with each other rather than.
I just don't want to get lost in I want to move now. I want architects selected, and I agree with Chris. I want to be in the ground by December.
Very good.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. Just clarification, we did sell the airport property? I still asleep.
We had that one.
That was the last time we were here. There was a decision to actually move forward, but I asked for the consideration that the council would need to pass ordinance
17-83, it's 5F.
The significant parcel of real property. That allows you to authorize anything that's over an acre in size, $75,000, following 14 days of notice and a public hearing, advertising. So you have now accomplished everything that's required by state law. And the motion from last meeting was to actually authorize that verification pending this ordinance passage. You've now done that, and so we can now go ahead and sign the contract.
Okay, so the money is in hand, essentially.
No, we got to allow them to give us the money.
But there will be no further council action required to get that money? Okay.
Not at this point.
Thank you.
So, does everyone agree that we move to that?
I move that we direct staff to allocate the funds from the sale of what we're calling the airport property for the construction of the cultural arts facility, and direct them to go ahead and do an RFP for an architect and move forward as quick as possible.
Councilmember McConnell.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I offer a second, I want to see if, since you've been working on this for decades as well, if you wanted to second that. Then I'll take the second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Newton and a second by Councilmember McConaughey. Discussion of the motion. Let's vote.
Councilmember Newton.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Mayor Rolfe.
Yes.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
Before we go on, my understanding is we've already gone out for RFP and we should have those back by the 14th. Is that right, Jamie?
But yes, they have gone out. We're expecting
So
responses.
we can make a selection soon after that and move forward. Okay, thank you. Do we have anything pressing for the closed session? Couldn't wait till next meeting?
I still have my E.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's hold that thought for a moment. 7E, discussion and possible action. No. Consent item E. Approve resolution 17-86, authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Alta Planning and Design to provide bicycle facilities designs and city standards update in the amount not to exceed $29,850. Kirk, you pull this out.
Thank you, Mayor. My question on this, well, a couple of questions, but $30,000 to decide where to ride my bicycle is for a study on where to ride my bicycle. That sounded quite interesting. Since we belong to Wasatch Front Regional Council, I know they do things like this. They may have a study already there. If not, we can work with them to do that study and probably save us a good deal of money. I know there was someone who came to Western Growth recently about this specifically, wanting to do something like this. And I think we could check in with them and see about doing that, or combine that with some of our neighboring cities. I know the Sully County on the western side is looking at doing some of this. There were a couple of meetings that unfortunately I didn't make it to, which I wanted to. So I went back to that meeting so I could discuss this with them, but I couldn't make that meeting. So I would like to pull this item until we look to see if there are other avenues we want to do so they not cost us so much, or may have already be done, or share with somebody else so we can combine it together. That's my thought on that, because I think we can do better.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the fact that the funds for this are coming from the county, with the intent that we can use it for that design, and from a liability perspective, I would be much more comfortable having this done by somebody looking specifically at us for West Jordan. I'm comfortable moving forward as proposed by staff.
I suppose I just got too excited. I didn't see that coming from the county, so that's no expense to us. I withdraw that. I will be in support of proceeding.
Councilmember Jacob.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question for staff. I'm not sure who's the best one to handle it. The city received $47,000 in catnip funding. I love that acronym, by the way, from the Salt Lake County to design and install new and upgraded lane striping. This $29,850 is for the design. Does that leave enough left over from that grant money to install? I don't know
strips that show a guy with a can of paint going and installing them, so.
It's a little more complicated than that. The remaining funding, if we do need to exceed it, we'll let you know. I don't have a cost estimate on it yet, but we're talking 3 different streets in town, end to end, north to south. So it could exceed the available funding.
Is it more than striping? I mean, will it involve widening roads or anything crazy?
It does not involve widening, but it might include signing, it may include other elements that they come up with in the design that are not presently out there in the field.
Got it. Thank you.
Motion? Yes. Councilmember, I move to adopt resolution number 17-86, I believe, authorizing the mayor to execute a professional services agreement with Alta Planning and Design to provide bicycle facilities, designs, and city standards update in an amount not to exceed $29,850 with this company from Portland, Oregon.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Burton, a second by Councilmember Anderson. Discussion of the motion? Let's vote.
Councilmember McConaughey.
Aye.
Councilmember Burton.
Yes.
Councilmember Newton.
Aye.
Mayor Ralph.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacob.
Yes.
Councilmember Anderson.
Yes.
And Councilmember Nichols.
Yes.
Vote passes 7-0.
Mark?
Mayor, in the essence of time, staff does not require an executive session.
Councilmember Nichols.
Move to adjourn.